Chapter 1767. Fang Yuan stepped onto the stone lotus island again. More accurately speaking, it was the first time in this life, but he had already done it in the previous life. Once he stepped onto the stone lotus island, Fang Yuan immersed himself in Red Lotus Demon Venerable's memories. He had already seen this in the previous life. It was just a repetition in this life, but Fang Yuan was still somewhat moved. Red Lotus Demon Venerable is a very special Venerable. He originally had rank 9 cultivation level, but he used Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive. He gave up his rank 9 Venerable status. But if he did not give up, he would not be able to return to the past and change the truth. He would not be able to make up for his regret and regret. Thus, later on, he created Future Self, as well as Call of the Ancient, Help of the Future. The stone lotus island that carried Red Lotus True Inheritance had the ability to conceal itself. It was not easy for the celestial court to find it. All along, there had been no gains. In the previous life, just as they were about to gain something, Fang Yuan ruined it. Eventually, Feng Jiuge had to use the killer move Wind of Assimilation to destroy the stone lotus island. From the perspective of the celestial court, it was quite tragic. The stone lotus island that Fang Yuan stepped onto had been here for millions of years. For some reason, when Fang Yuan stood on the stone lotus island and looked at the surging river water, he suddenly had some enlightenment. The origin of the river of time should be the beginning of the world. The end of the river of time is naturally the destruction of the world. The length of the river of time is the experience of the entire world, and the width of the river of time corresponds to everything in the world: flowers, birds, fish, insects, humans, beasts, plants, and so on. Clearly, the more prosperous the world, the more things there are, and the wider the river of time is. The more barren the world is, the fewer things there are, and the narrower the river of time is. Fang Yuan had quasi-supreme time path attainment level. At this moment, he had a flash of inspiration. He understood all sorts of things and gained a deeper understanding of rebirth. The essence of my rebirth is actually just the will of the future downstream. Through the spring and autumn cicada, it escaped to the upper reaches and fused with me at a certain time upstream. The truth of time in this world determines that there is only one world, and there are no parallel spaces. When I was reborn, the downstream was still flowing. After my death, it is clear that the celestial court will rule the world, and the 4 regions will be helpless. But now that I've been reborn, I'm like a drop of ink in a clear river. As I change more and more things, allowing some things to exist and some things to disappear, this blob of ink will gradually soak more of the river and dye the longer river surface into a different color. When the ink seeped into the celestial court to repair Fate Gu and hold the refinement path convention, many things changed. The future changed. Fang Yuan had transmigrated from Earth. There was a term on Earth called the butterfly effect. Now, Fang Yuan suddenly understood that in this Gu world, the ink effect could more accurately describe the effects of rebirth. Of course, I can easily change other things because Fate Gu is not complete, and most importantly, I am an otherworldly demon to begin with. I am not bound by fate. If Red Lotus Demon Venerable were reborn in the past, it would be hard for him to change the state of other things. He would always use all sorts of reasons to make things return to their original state. In other words, the otherworldly demon is a large lump of ink, while the local Gu Immortal's revival is nothing more than a splash of water. Even if there are some ripples for a short period of time, under the restriction of Fate Gu, everything will return to its original state without any ripples. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but admire Red Lotus Demon Venerable even more. This special existence, even if he was not an otherworldly demon, he forcefully opened up the situation. It was hard to imagine how much he had paid and sacrificed in this process. Red Lotus Island had a large number of time path immortal materials. Among them, the majority were rank 8 immortal materials. Red Lotus True Meaning could allow a Gu Immortal's time path attainment level to rise to Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. There were also immortal killer moves that used Spring-Autumn Cicada as the core. Spring-Autumn Success was one of them. Finally, there was a method left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. It was called Future Self. It could allow a Gu Immortal to reach the peak of rank 7 in the future. What was missing was Regret Gu. This rank 8 immortal goo was still in the Dragon Whale Grotto heaven. It was taken away by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. In the previous life, Feng Yuan had obtained regret goo through Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements. He was directly transported to the Stone Lotus Island. In this life, he knew the location of the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time. He went there in advance and inherited most of Red Lotus' true inheritances. In terms of time, he had no doubt arrived much earlier. In the previous life, Feng Yuan entered the River of Time 3 times. The first time, he was chased by the 4-time path Immortal Goo houses of Celestial Court. He was ambushed by Li Huang and lost the incomplete Immortal Goo house that he had invested heavily in. After exposing all of his trump cards, he managed to escape. The second time, Feng Yuan used Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method to obtain regret goo. He was directly transported to the Stone Lotus Island and obtained Red Lotus true inheritances. The third time, he found another Stone Lotus Island. Celestial Court was likely to succeed. Feng Yuan worked together with Bing Sichuan and the rest to resist Celestial Court and fight for Red Lotus true inheritances. Eventually, Feng Jiuge used Assimilation Wind Song to destroy the Stone Lotus Island. Neither side gained any benefits. All in all, Feng Yuan's experiences in the River of Time were full of ups and downs. He had gone through many ups and downs. In this life, with the help of the memories in his mind, Feng Yuan first tasted the sweetness. It is fine even without regret goo. After all, the problem now is Celestial Court's invasion of Langya Blessed Land. I still have some time to refine Immortal Goo in bulk. I should make good use of future self first. Feng Yuan let out Ing Wuxie and the rest, letting them cultivate on the Stone Lotus Island and familiarize themselves with future self, just like in his previous life. Different from the previous life, in this life, Feng Yuan's subordinates, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit, were still alive. He could use future self more efficiently. Moreover, he got to enjoy future self as well. In the previous life, he had rank 8 cultivation level. Future self had no effect on him. But in this life, Feng Yuan came earlier. He only had rank 7 cultivation level. Future self was useful to him. Wait, maybe this is the correct time for me to come to the Stone Lotus Island. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable deduced that I would come here when I had rank 7 cultivation level. He left behind future self to help me. In the previous life, I thought that Red Lotus deduction was wrong. But now, it seems that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had already considered my situation after rebirth. If that is the case, this Red Lotus true inheritance was not left for me in the previous life. It was specially waiting for me in this life. Feng Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light for a long while. He left Ing Wuxie and the rest behind as he left the Stone Lotus Island alone. Using a time path killer move, he concealed himself and continued to swim. He still remembered the scene when he entered the river for the 3rd time. He already had a plan for the location of the other Stone Lotus Island. This time, his plan was to find 2 Stone Lotus Islands. After spending a long time and going through some setbacks, Feng Yuan searched all the possible locations of the Stone Lotus Islands. But regretfully, he did not find that Stone Lotus Island. The Stone Lotus Islands can move. It seems that this island is unstable. It is different from the Stone Lotus Island that I entered. Even though he did not have Red Lotus true inheritance, Feng Yuan was not dejected. This kind of situation was also within his expectations. Present and past pavilion. The 4 Xuanzi encountered a small problem. An ancient year beast was attacking present and past pavilion, but present and past pavilion shined with profound light. It did not budge. Soon, under the combined attacks of the 4 Xuanzi, this ancient year beast died. Sun Guozi cheered. This is great. We have a large number of time path immortal materials again. Indeed. Zhong Xuanzi sighed. The River of Time is truly a sacred cultivation ground for us time path Gu immortals. It is like Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley to Soul Path Gu immortals. Zhong Xuanzi added. Indeed, the Celestial Court sent us to guard present and past pavilion. Even though it is to guard against the demon Feng Yuan, it is also a great opportunity for us to cultivate. Obtaining time path immortal materials will be very beneficial to our cultivation. Shang Xuanzi smiled. Not just that, in present and past pavilion, we can observe upstream and downstream. We can see many scenes of the past and future. We can see the changes of countless things under the influence of time. It is a great help to our comprehension of time path and raise our time path attainment levels. Sun Guozi gritted her teeth. It is a pity that Fate Gu is damaged. It is not complete. According to historical records, a long time ago, when Fate Gu was still intact, we time path great experts could observe the upstream and downstream of the river of time. We could observe the past and the future. We could accurately predict many things. Zhong Xuanzi nodded. Indeed. Back then, star constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have done this. Even though she is not a time path Gu immortal, her wisdom path methods are extraordinary. She could imitate the power of time path and deduce all sorts of future situations through the tributary of the river of time. She predicted that Green Tortoise's group of 7 would create the first Gu house in history, Tortoise House, and thus created star constellation chessboard. The 4 Xuanzi reminisced about the glory of time path for a while before they calmed down. They rested and collected the ancient year beast corpses while continuing to monitor the river of time. They did not know that Feng Yuan had already secretly come to the river of time and obtained Red Lotus true inheritance before sneaking away. Feng Yuan returned the way he came. He walked out of the river of time and entered the tributary of the river of time, returning to northern plains. After he walked out of the formation, he activated fixed immortal travel and went a southern border. How could Feng Yuan have fixed immortal travel in this period of time? Immortal Gu were unique. Fixed immortal travel was naturally with Feng Jioga. In fact, Feng Yuan was using the killer move Future Self. This time path killer move was very mystical. It condensed into a human silhouette in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The silhouette sat in the air. It was like the water of the river of time had condensed. It was shining with all sorts of colors. The silhouette looked like Feng Yuan. It was very lifelike. The silhouette also had a sovereign immortal aperture, but this immortal aperture was the scene of Feng Yuan's future immortal aperture, and most importantly, there were many silhouettes of Gu worms, like fixed immortal travel. Feng Yuan's rebirth had little influence. The downstream of the river of time had not been dyed by the ink. Thus, the downstream scene was still Feng Yuan's previous life. Future Self could allow the Gu immortal to obtain the strongest form of rank 7 in the future. Feng Yuan's previous life's strongest form of rank 7 was before the battle of the 5 regional mountain range. At that time, Feng Yuan had already captured Xiacha and the rest of the southern border pursuers. He was extorting southern border super forces to resist the enemies, to scheme against Celestial Court, and to obtain Red Lotus true inheritance in the River of Time. Feng Yuan annexed Xiacha's time path immortal aperture and advanced to rank 8. He created the illusion of undergoing tribulation in the 5 regional mountain range. He set up an ambush. During the battle of Langya mountain range, Feng Yuan stole Feng Jioga's fixed immortal travel. After that, Feng Yuan attacked Plunder Shadow Blessed Land and fought against Qi Clan. He finally made a secret transaction with Qi Chuyu. After that, Feng Yuan set up Year's Flow execution formation and captured the southern border pursuers. He extorted the southern border clans. After that, during the battle of the 5 regional mountain range. After that, Feng Yuan entered the River of Time. He did not even see the Stone Lotus Island. He was chased by Celestial Court and had to escape. Thus, Feng Yuan's future self was before he annexed Xiacha's immortal aperture and advanced to rank 8. At that time, he had fixed immortal travel immortal Gu. Using the killer move Future Self, Feng Yuan went from northern plains to southern border. But he did not go to the 5 regional mountain range. The 5 regional true inheritance was very useful to him. Feng Yuan knew this. But it was not wise to activate the 5 regional true inheritance now. Because when the 5 regional true inheritance was activated, there would be a huge commotion. He had to destroy the 5 regional mountain range to obtain the acknowledgement of Tao Zhu's will and draw him out. Feng Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level now. Even though his battle strength had risen, it was hard to fight against rank 8s. If he activated the 5 regional true inheritance and attracted some rank 8 Gu immortals or immortal Gu houses, it would be awkward. To be safe, Feng Yuan pushed back the 5 regional true inheritance. Chapter 1768. Feng Yuan landed in the valley. He found a cave and built a simple mortal Gu house, cultivating silently. Ing Wuxie and the rest stayed on the stone lotus island, familiarizing themselves with future self. Feng Yuan had reborn. He skipped this step. Future self's greatest help to Feng Yuan was not cultivation level or battle strength, but fixed immortal travel. With future self, Feng Yuan could use it to move around in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Of course, it was impossible to directly enter a place like the Dragon Whale Paradise. Immortal Goo were unique. At this moment, the true fixed immortal travel immortal Goo should be in Feng Jiuge's hands. However, as long as a Goo immortal researched the corresponding killer move, they could display similar power and replace the immortal Goo that they wanted but could not obtain. This was the profundity of using Goo. Feng Yuan's time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom as he deduced. One of the main contents was to modify Yama Battlefield, adding in time path immortal Goo so that it would have the advantage of a time path immortal battlefield. In the previous life, Feng Yuan had too little time. Not only did he have to raise his cultivation level, he also had to deal with the Celestial Court and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Celestial Court exerted huge pressure on him. Feng Yuan resisted it while managing his immortal aperture. In this situation, Feng Yuan was able to deduce killer moves like Yama Battlefield, Luo Pu Seal, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, and others. He was already doing his best. Goo immortals needed at least 3 to 4 years to deduce a killer move with ordinary power. Feng Yuan had the light of wisdom. He had superior wisdom path methods and extraordinary attainment level. He was able to create miracles in the previous life in terms of killer moves. But in this life, he brought these killer moves with him. Feng Yuan had the results of his previous life's killer moves. He could continue to improve these killer moves in this life. With this, he had a huge advantage. Yama Battlefield is a battlefield of soul path and enslavement path. The advantage of the enslavement path is in a war of attrition. Yama has many sons. He can charge in death, and before dying, he can even self-destruct. He can drag and exhaust a large amount of the enemy's strength. The advantage of the Soul Dao is to use killing to aid killing. In a pure Soul Dao battlefield, killing an enemy will increase the power of the battlefield. Feng Yuan's Yama Battlefield had these 2 strengths. It was just that the latter was slightly weaker, and the speed at which he converted the seed of Yama wasn't fast. Moreover, because Feng Yuan often fought against opponents that were too strong, the advantage of Soul Dao wasn't obvious. When I add in Time Path Immortal Goo, Yama Battlefield will possess the specialty of a Time Path Battlefield. The specialty of the Time Path Battlefield was to change time. The most classic way was to double the time in the battlefield. A day in the outside world was equivalent to a month in the battlefield. This bought enough time for the master of the battlefield to kill the powerful enemy. For example, if an enemy was trapped in a time path battlefield and the enemy's comrades felt that something was amiss, they would come to help. The comrades would use an incense stick of time to rush to the battlefield, but 3 days and 3 nights had already passed in the time path battlefield. The battlefield master had already eliminated the enemy and left. In the previous life, even though Feng Yuan used Yama Battlefield to trap Feng Jiuge and even stole his fixed immortal travel immortal Goo, he could not kill him in the end. The reason was, Feng Jiuge used Fate Armor Immortal Goo to stall for time, while Fairy Myrtle unraveled Yama Battlefield. If Feng Yuan's Yama Battlefield had the profundity of Time Path, he could extend the time in the battlefield by 3 days and 3 nights. Even if Fairy Myrtle broke it in the end, she would only be able to collect Feng Jiuge's corpse. Feng Yuan modified Yama Battlefield. He was looking forward to the results. Especially when his time path attainment was at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, it was not difficult to add more time path Immortal Goo. He cultivated many paths, and the further he progressed, the more powerful he became. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon Killer move was the best example. Facing this compound killer move that fused many paths, Goo immortals who cultivated only one path would find it hard to break or defend against it. Feng Yuan stayed in this nameless valley for 4 days and 5 nights. Finally, he found an opportunity. Rumble. Early in the morning, the earth shook and cracks appeared. The valley collapsed, smoke and dust rose. Feng Yuan had no choice but to fly into the air. The cracks on the ground became larger. The valley was directly devoured. A huge earth trench formed in front of Feng Yuan. The regional walls of the 5 regions were shrinking. The earth veins of the 5 regions were also fusing. The earth veins shook. A large number of earth trenches formed. Southern border had the densest earth path marks. This earth trench formed the most intensely. Fang Yuan waited patiently. When the earth trench stabilized, he immediately landed and started searching. The newly formed earth trench produced a large number of goo materials, as well as life forms that lived underground. Of course, most of them were corpses. The more Fang Yuan searched, the more valuable his discoveries became. Not long after, he saw the corpse of the first desolate beast. A desolate beast corpse was a pile of rank 6 immortal materials. Even though it was damaged, it was a free harvest. Fang Yuan effortlessly stored the desolate beast's corpse into his pouch. What made him feel a trace of joy was that this desolate beast corpse still had a soul. This desolate beast's soul was a Yama. Fang Yuan activated his investigative killer move as he searched. His gains kept increasing, but they were all done casually. Sometimes, when he met some ancient desolate beasts that were not heavily injured, Fang Yuan would avoid them. Why haven't I found them yet? Are the rumors wrong? If Luo clan purposely spread false information, then the purpose of my trip will be in vain. After another 15 minutes, Fang Yuan started to get anxious. This earth trench was within southern borders Luo clan's territory. As time passed, Luo clan's Goo immortals were more likely to arrive. This time, Luo clan might bring an immortal Goo house. After all, every time an earth trench formed, it represented huge benefits. Luo clan had to be careful. Even though Fang Yuan was not afraid, he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. He only wanted to secretly move away after achieving his goal. As noon approached, Fang Yuan had not seen his target, but his other gains were piling up. Is there really nothing? Or did I miss something? Or is my luck so bad that it affected me? Just as Fang Yuan was feeling suspicious, a piercing light shined in his eyes. I found something. He carefully got closer and found an ancient desolate beast drillhead turtle. This turtle was as large as a ship. It was yellow in color and had a flat shell. The most eye-catching part was its head. Its head was huge, like a huge awl. Its sharp mouth extended forward and had a natural spiral pattern. Its entire head was translucent. It looked like a low-quality diamond. The drillhead turtle lived in underground rivers. It was very fast in the water. It could also move in the soil. Every time it moved in the soil, its head would poke out and spin crazily, drilling and twisting the soil in front of it. But because of its huge shell, its speed in the soil was far slower than in the water. Fang Yuan floated above the diamond head turtle, using several investigative killer moves to scan it. Fang Yuan's investigative killer moves were not outstanding, but they were more than enough to deal with a wild beast like the drillhead turtle. Soon, Fang Yuan showed joy on his face. He found a wild immortal Goo on the drillhead turtle. That's it. This wild immortal Goo was Fang Yuan's target. Fang Yuan immediately activated Yama. Once he made a move, his aura leaked and Fang Yuan was exposed. Even though the drillhead turtle was wild and did not have much intelligence, it had sharp instincts. It hissed at Fang Yuan and wanted to leave. But Fang Yuan had already arranged for several Yama children to surround it. Yama children fought with the drillhead turtle, but because they were afraid of damaging the wild immortal Goo, they were restrained. Not long later, 2 of Yama children's heads were pierced by the drillhead turtle. One was bitten off. Yama children would not self-detonate even if they died. Even though they suffered heavy losses, they managed to stall the drillhead turtle. With Yama children's help, Fang Yuan successfully activated Yama, trapping the drillhead turtle inside. After accomplishing this, Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He relaxed slightly. Yama battlefield was activated. It was hard to discover in the outside world. Even if Luo clan's Goo immortals were nearby, there was little chance of them noticing it. Meanwhile, the drillhead turtle was trapped inside Yama battlefield. It was like a turtle in a jar. Most rank 7 Goo immortals would find it hard to escape from this battlefield, not to mention an ancient, desolate beast. Fang Yuan was not arrogant or rash. He fought steadily and steadily. To conserve immortal essence, he did not use Great Thief Ghost Hand. His luck was not good now. If he used this move, he would only be able to steal a large number of wild mortal Goo. Eventually, with the help of Yama children, Fong Yuan weakened this drill-head turtle to its limit. He captured it alive. As for the wild rank 7 immortal goo on it, Fong Yuan obtained it. Good. With this, I can counter fixed immortal travel. Fong Yuan was happy. He stored the drill-head turtle and the wild immortal goo in his immortal aperture, as well as Yama battlefield. Outside Earth Trench, Luo clan's goo immortals were already there. They were cursing angrily. Evidently, they found out that Fong Yuan got here first. According to the traces, Luo clan's goo immortals were bleeding internally. A large number of immortal materials were plundered. Luo clan's losses were huge. Fong Yuan took a look at Luo clan's immortal goo house. He thought about it before concealing himself and leaving quietly. After getting far away from this Earth Trench, Fong Yuan used future self to leave southern border, returning to Langya blessed land. Fong Yuan's sudden appearance gave land spirit of Langya a fright. He appeared in front of Fong Yuan. He was surprised and joyful. Fong Yuan, you took fixed immortal travel? If not for fixed immortal travel, it would be much more troublesome for Celestial Court to invade Langya blessed land. But Fong Yuan shook his head. This is only my killer move. Are you guys ready for the refinement of Myriad Self? Land Spirit of Langya was very disappointed with Fong Yuan's answer, but he still replied, we are almost ready. The children have been practicing our methods day and night. The other goo materials are prepared. Only the 8 main materials are left. Have you gathered all of them? Fong Yuan shook his head. Only 3, but don't be anxious, there is still time. Land Spirit of Langya was anxious. Elder Fong Yuan, your attitude is not right. Celestial Court's invasion might happen at any moment. We are already at a disadvantage. If we continue to be careless, we will be doomed. Chapter 1769. Fong Yuan calculated the time. He had plenty of time. Even though he had already killed Meng Tu and Sleeping Lady, he went to the River of Time and obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance, and even went to southern border to get that wild immortal goo in his plan. After doing so many things, there were still a few days left before Zhang Ji sold the floating life fire. It is mainly because in the previous life, I spent several months to deduce killer moves like Yama Emperor and Son of Yama, but in this life, I set off immediately. I saved a lot of time and effort. For the next few days, Fong Yuan was not idle. Using future self, he continuously teleported out of Langya blessed land. He traveled all over the 5 regions. He went to southern border the most. The places that Fong Yuan went to were all places where earth trenches were forming. In his previous life, the 5 regions were in turmoil. The earth veins merged. Earth trenches started to appear everywhere. This phenomenon was getting more and more intense. Until the final battle, when Fong Yuan died at Duke Long's hands, the 5 regional walls vanished. The earth veins became one. The earth trenches stopped forming. After a few days, Fong Yuan had great gains. Not only did he get a mountain of immortal materials, he even obtained 3 wild rank 6 immortal goo. Fong Yuan's luck was much worse than in his previous life, but it was not hard to obtain these resources, because he had information on them. The formation of earth trenches was a sign of providence. No goo immortal could fully estimate it. Each earth trench formed was tens of thousands of li long. Some were even hundreds of thousands of li long. They were also extremely deep. It was not easy to explore them. Even super forces would find it hard to explore earth trenches in a short period of time and search for the most valuable resources. Fong Yuan, however, had a clear goal. He knew where the gains were. He went there directly. This was all thanks to the information he had gathered in his previous life. There was no pattern to the formation of earth trenches. To most goo immortals, this information was worthless. But to Fong Yuan, who had spring-autumn cicada, it was different. In my previous life, I did not set foot in earth trenches, because it was too difficult to compete with super forces with my own strength. Most importantly, the heavenly courts has given me immense pressure, forcing me to have no choice but to face it. I have to rack my brains to plot the true legacy of the Red Lotus. I did not have the time or energy to care about earth trenches. But looking at it now, the earth trenches are truly abundant and tempting. And this resource surge will cause the goo immortal's strength to soar, and with strength, the goo immortal's ambition will be stimulated as well. In my previous life, the 4 regions goo immortals attacked the Celestial Court. The Earth Trench resources were very important. In the previous life, when Gua mortals of the four regions attacked Central Continent's Heavenly Court, these Earth Trench resources played an important role behind the scenes. In my previous life, the five regions' chaotic war broke out and the five regions became unstable. The resources from the Earth Trench and the Dream Realm were the main reasons for this. During his time, Fong Yuan of Wood, and he would to analyze his situation in Ling Ling Court. He, Ling Yu, dragon would be. Of Fong of King. In his free time, Fong Yuan would analyze the situation and his own situation. He would refine his rebirth plan. The most important thing was that his current strength and influence were extremely important, far surpassing any of his previous rebirths. The main point was that his current strength and influence were extremely important, far surpassing any of his previous rebirths. Fong Yuan was executing his plan strictly, but at the same time, he was also on guard against any possible problems that might arise. As Fong Yuan expected, a problem really appeared, and it was aimed at Fong Yuan's weakness. A few days later, Fong Yuan observed jewel yellow skies but did not see Zhang Ji. According to the previous life, Zhang Ji had already started selling floating life fire. Fong Yuan quickly investigated. Fortunately, it was not hard to obtain information about Zhang Ji. Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortal Zhang Ji lost to Crane Gate's Kenyang Lao Jun in a competition. Thus, when they were exploring, the floating life fire that they encountered ended up in Kenyang Lao Jun's hands. Crane Gate and Black Heaven Temple were Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. In terms of sect strength, Crane Gate was weaker than Black Heaven Temple, but in terms of individual Gu immortal battle strength, Kenyang Lao Jun was stronger than Zhang Ji. Black Heaven Temple's Zhang Ji had rank 7 cultivation level, but he was ordinary. Meanwhile, Kenyang Lao Jun's reputation had spread far and wide. His signature killer move, life-chasing fire, was a headache for countless Gu immortals. A few years ago, he had even entered Northern Plains with Feng Jiuge to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Zhang Ji's defeat to Kenyang Lao Jun quickly spread. Fong Yuan did not need to guess. He could tell with his toes. This was clearly caused by Crane Gate. Crane Gate was weaker than Black Heaven Temple. They had to cherish every opportunity. They were using this victory to raise their sect's reputation. Fong Yuan was not surprised at Kenyang Lao Jun's victory. What interested him was, why did Kenyang Lao Jun appear here? In the previous life, there was no sign of Kenyang Lao Jun. Zhang Ji obtained the floating life fire safely and smoothly. This is not good. Different from Zhang Ji, Kenyang Lao Jun is a fire path Gu immortal. The floating life fire is useful to him. Even if it is useless, Kenyang Lao Jun can hand it over to Crane Gate. He is different from Zhang Ji. He is stronger than Zhang Ji, and his status in the sect cannot be compared to Zhang Ji. Thus, if he hands over the floating life fire, the sect will definitely give him some feedback. Kenyang Lao Jun's personal gains will not be low either. Fong Yuan felt a headache. He had to start devising other plans to see if there were any other ways to obtain the floating fire. But right at this time, the floating life fire was suddenly put up for sale by Kenyang Lao Jun in jewel yellow skies. Fong Yuan was slightly stunned before understanding Kenyang Lao Jun's intention. Or more accurately, this was Crane Gate's intention. Crane Gate seemed to place great importance on this opportunity. They wanted to use it to spread the news and raise their sect's reputation. Kenyang Lao Jun selling the floating life fire was the same as Fong Yuan selling Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones. After understanding this, Fong Yuan joined the crowd of buyers chasing after the floating life fire. The floating life fire was a rare immortal material. It was sold at a high price, but not ridiculously. In the previous life, Zhang Ji did not know what it was and allowed Fong Yuan to take advantage of it. But this time, it was Kenyang Lao Jun who cultivated Fire Path. He knew the floating life fire's value. The price was naturally different. It seems that I have to pay a price to get the floating life fire. Fong Yuan was mentally prepared, but the following bidding was out of his expectations again. The buyers of the floating life fire seemed to be very enthusiastic. They competed with each other and raised the floating life fire's price to the sky on the spot. The floating life fire's price was too high, but the Gu immortals bidding were not tired of it. They argued until their faces turned red. The small verbal conflict quickly escalated to a matter of face and dignity. Fang Yuan realized this was likely Crane Gate's shill. They purposely raised the price to buy the floating life fire at a high price. They paid a small fee to Jewel Yellow Skies to get a better publicity opportunity. Think about it. This floating life fire's price was so high, it would naturally cause a commotion and a lot of discussions. Could the Gu immortals who talked about the floating life fire not talk about old ancestor Kenyang? Thus, when it came to Crane Gate, many Gu immortals would sigh. Crane Gate was one of the 10 great ancient sects after all. They had deep foundations. Even though they did not seem to be doing well recently, they might just be keeping a low profile. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but smile bitterly. The floating life fire was very important to him. Even if the price was so high, he could only grit his teeth and buy it. After all, his other plans were not very reliable. Secondly, time was crucial now. If he delayed it, it would affect Fang Yuan's entire rebirth plan. After getting the floating life fire, Fang Yuan gave the 8 main materials to Land Spirit of Langya. After Land Spirit of Langya inspected them and confirmed that there were no flaws in the immortal materials, he used refinement path killer moves with Fang Yuan and the other Hairy Man Gu immortals to familiarize themselves with these immortal materials. After preparing for a few days, Land Spirit of Langya saw that the time was ripe. He brought Fang Yuan and a group of Hairy Man Gu immortals to the Long Hair Refinement Path Formation. What a great refinement path formation! Fang Yuan praised. Land Spirit of Langya smiled. He could not conceal his smug expression. His eyes shined with confidence. The formation is good. The Immortal Gu recipe is also good. Elder Fang Yuan, this myriad self-immortal Gu recipe that you provided is truly amazing. I studied it for a long time before I understood most of the profundities within it. According to my estimation, using this myriad self-immortal Gu recipe to refine myriad self-immortal Gu, the success rate is as high as 40%. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Precisely so. I want to refine this Gu to increase my battle strength and deal with the Celestial Court. Alright, let's not waste time. Let's enter the formation to refine the Gu. Saying this, Land Spirit of Langya frowned. Elder Fang Yuan, you lack experience in refinement path. Are you really going to refine the Gu personally? Fang Yuan nodded. This Gu refinement is no small matter. It has great significance to me. I want to participate personally. Even if the Gu refinement fails, I will be calm. First Supreme Elder, don't worry. I am only assisting. I will not interfere. I still have that much self-awareness. Alright, since you insist on it. Land Spirit of Langya sighed as he entered the formation, taking the main seat. Next, 3rd Hair, 4th Hair, 6th Hair, 7th Hair, and the other Gu immortals also entered, before it was Fang Yuan's turn. Fang Yuan was at the final formation core. The formation started to activate. Light shined. All sorts of refinement path methods were activated. The Gu refinement process was smooth. Floating Life Fire and Edge Gu, these 2 main materials, were first refined, followed by Battlefield Blood Sand and Heartblood. During this period, Fang Yuan took action several times. Most of them were trivial matters, just like what he had promised Land Spirit of Langya earlier. A few days later, Land Spirit of Langya and the Hairy Man Gu immortals showed expressions of joy. The immortal Gu was already in its embryonic form. There were only a few steps left before the Gu refinement was completed. Suddenly, the light exploded. Dust billowed and a foul stench filled the air. A change occurred in the Gu refinement. How can this be? Land Spirit of Langya and the rest were pale with fright. They quickly tried to salvage the situation, but the more they tried, the more chaotic it became. Seeing that they were about to fail, Land Spirit of Langya and the rest were helpless. Fang Yuan suggested setting up a temporary Gu formation to assist the refinement path formation, to expel the Gu refinement residue. Without any other choice, Land Spirit of Langya could only make a desperate attempt. He accepted Fang Yuan's suggestion. Once the formation within the formation was completed, Fang Yuan said, First Supreme Elder, please enter the formation. Land Spirit of Langya did not doubt him. He had to take action in this situation. But once he entered the formation within the formation, he was immediately suppressed. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Land Spirit of Langya was shocked and furious. Chapter 1770. Fang Yuan, you actually dared. You are simply too ignorant and fearless. You actually dared to scheme against me in Langya Blessed Land. I will let you understand what kind of grave mistake you have made." The land spirit of Langya roared. His face was filled with anger. Like a volcano that was about to erupt, the magma was about to surge and melt Feng Yuan like dregs. However, the next moment, the land spirit of Langya's movement stopped. The anger on his face suddenly froze, then turned into deep shock. "How? I actually can't move, and my connection with Langya Blessed Land has also become faintly discernible." For a moment, the land spirit of Langya was dumbfounded. Feng Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Everything was under his control. Ever since Feng Yuan saw the land spirit of Langya for the first time, the seed of attacking Langya Blessed Land was planted in his heart. After a few years, this seed had taken root and germinated, secretly growing strong and healthy, until now, it had bloomed into a beautiful flower. Feng Yuan looked down at the land spirit of Langya. His tone was indifferent and brimming with confidence. "It's useless. You don't even know the difference between us." The land spirit of Langya struggled with all his might, but he was like an ant, firmly suppressed, unable to move at all, not to mention controlling the entire Langya Blessed Land. After he tried for a while, he shockingly realized that not only did the situation not improve, but the restriction on his body became even more severe. "This is impossible." He looked at Feng Yuan, his face filled with disbelief. Feng Yuan smiled. "Looks like you are starting to gradually notice the difference between us." Feng Yuan's refinement path realm far surpassed the land spirit of Langya. The former had absorbed the long hair true meaning. His refinement path realm was as high as quasi-supreme master, while the latter was merely the obsession left behind by long hair ancestor, forming a land spirit. Even though his refinement path attainment was extraordinary, it was still quite far from quasi-supreme master. Feng Yuan's array Dao realm had far surpassed the land spirit of Langya. Land spirit of Langya's attainments in array Dao were very ordinary, but Feng Yuan was a grandmaster of array Dao. More importantly, Feng Yuan was very experienced in setting up formations. Self-cleansing formation, omnidirectional travel ancient battle formation, dragon scale seafood path immortal formation, immemorial year beast fishing formation, flood discharge formation, self-will heaven sealing formation, wisdom refinement gu formation. Many of these gu formations were designed by Feng Yuan himself, modified and constructed by himself, from start to finish. He took care of them. "Well done, Feng Yuan. You're really worthy of being the publicly acknowledged Devil Path Overlord." The land spirit of Langya clenched his fists tightly. His face was ferocious, and his eyes seemed to be spewing fire as he stared fixedly at Feng Yuan. He gritted his teeth and continued, "So this was all your scheme? Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe had a problem to begin with, but I did not notice it. Accidents were inevitable during the Gu refinement process. You used this chance to set up the formation and deceive me into entering the formation. This formation within your formation should be an imitation of the killer move Bloodlight Spirit Suppression, right? It seems that among the 8 main materials in Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe, the last 4 blood materials were used to trap me. The true main materials used to refine Myriad Self-Immortal Gu are only the first 4. The land spirit of Langya became calmer as he spoke. His emotions gradually calmed down. Feng Yuan looked at him. He did not speak. He had a calm expression. The land spirit of Langya frowned instead. He saw a smiling intent deep in Feng Yuan's eyes, as if he had seen through his plan. The land spirit of Langya had a flash of panic in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. He continued, "I need to stay calm. I cannot panic. The long hair refinement path formation is my main body's masterpiece. How can Feng Yuan decipher it in such a short time? He set up a formation within a formation to trap me, but this blood path formation is inside my refinement path formation. Not long later, with just the refinement path formation, I will be able to break this blood path formation. At that time, I will have a chance to escape. As long as I can escape, the whole of Langya Blessed Land will belong to me. If I announce the fact that Feng Yuan is trying to harm me, the Variant Human Alliance will stand on my side. At that time, I will definitely teach Feng Yuan a lesson. Oh no. The land spirit of Langya suddenly slapped his head. His expression was ashen. He was extremely annoyed. He wanted to kill himself. Damn it. Why did I say everything in my heart? Fang Yuan smiled. Don't worry, land spirit. How can I not expect this flaw that you thought of? What? You already expected it. The land spirit of Langya was first shocked before he calmed down. He laughed out loud. So what if you've predicted it? Can you see through this refinement path superformation? Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. My understanding of this formation is at least much deeper than you think. Of course, I am still far from seeing through it. The land spirit of Langya laughed loudly again. That's it. Just you wait, Fang Yuan. When I get out, I will let you know the terrifying consequences of betraying my Langya sect. But the land spirit of Langya's wait was fruitless. A moment later, the blood path formation was still as stable as before. The land spirit of Langya waited bitterly, but there was no movement from the long hair refinement path formation. Moreover, his entire body was already soaked in blood light. This is impossible. What did you do? Suddenly, the land spirit of Langya roared angrily at Fang Yuan. He had completely fallen into panic. Fang Yuan smiled and did not say anything. The time he spent in contact with the long hair refinement path formation was much longer than the land spirit of Langya expected, because he had come into contact with it in his previous life. Fang Yuan's deep attainments in formation path, refinement path, and wisdom path allowed him to fully understand the essence and profundities of the long hair refinement path formation. The long hair refinement path formation was created by the long hair ancestor in his lifetime. According to Fang Yuan's current foundation, it was very difficult for him to construct a refinement path formation that could match up to the long hair ancestor. He needed a huge amount of time, energy, and resources. But with this long hair refinement path formation in front of him, Fang Yuan was not drawing on a blank piece of paper, but admiring a famous artist's painting. With the painting in front of him, it was very easy for him to describe the painting's technique and profundities. Of course, he was a bystander after all. He could not completely understand the profundities of this formation. But it did not matter, as a spy, Sixth Hair was currently controlling an important aspect of this formation. With Sixth Hair's support, Fang Yuan prevented the long hair refinement path formation from interfering with the blood path formation. The land spirit of Langya struggled for a while before finally realizing. Under Fang Yuan's meticulous scheme, he no longer had the strength to turn the tables. Without a choice, this black-haired land spirit, who was already completely corroded by the bloodlight, gave way to the white-haired land spirit on the other side in an attempt to turn the tables. Regretfully, how could Fang Yuan, who knew the land spirit of Langya, miss this point? After the white-haired land spirit appeared, he was immediately suppressed by the blood path formation. At the same time, large amounts of blood light seeped into him. Despicable and shameless. The white-haired land spirit was completely suppressed. He could not move. He could only open his mouth to speak. He scolded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you are a sinister and crafty scoundrel. My Langya blessed land helped you the most in being able to reach this stage. Before you became an immortal, I helped you. Eventually, you were able to successfully destroy 88 True Yang building. When you just became a Gu immortal, you had no assets, you were completely poor. I made a transaction with you, letting you deduce immortal Gu recipes. I paid immortal Yuan stone to help you get started. When you wanted to refine Gu worms, I helped you so many times. When did the hairy man Gu immortals in the blessed land not help you? The risk of your tribulation was too high. We also lent you immortal Yuan stone and immortal Gu to help you get through it. I gave you the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method, killer moves like sword wave triple layered and so on. You moved star form blessed land because we borrowed Gu worms and provided the method. When your Hu immortal blessed land was attacked, we risked our lives and helped you recover from countless losses. Your wisdom Gu was even fed by me. How many lifespan Gu of my blessed land were used up? Your Dang Hun mountain was taken away. I compensated you according to the agreement, even if I had to pay the price of refinement path true meaning. The more the white-haired land spirit spoke, the angrier he got. the more wronged he felt. By the time he got to this point, his eyes were already red. Different from the black-haired land spirit's violent and unyielding nature, the white-haired land spirit was patient and peaceful. He was only interested in matters related to Gu refinement. The black-haired land spirit was an aggressive attacker, while the white-haired land spirit was a weak conservative. "Oh Feng Yuan, did your conscience get eaten by a dog? Our Langya blessed land treated you so well. You actually repaid our kindness with enmity and attacked us. You could not survive outside. Almost all the Gu immortals in the 5 regions wanted to make things difficult for you. It was Langya blessed land that protected you. You are a human, but be it me or the black-haired land spirit, we tried our best to accept you. We appointed you as an external supreme elder. We gave you an important position and treated you as one of us. But how are you treating us now? Touch your own heart. Look carefully. Do you feel even a trace of guilt in your heart? Do you feel that you have let us down?" The white-haired land spirit screamed and complained in a hoarse voice. Feng Yuan was expressionless. "I don't." Land spirit of Langya. After pausing for a while, he shouted again. "You treated your benefactors, your friends, your family. Didn't your conscience suffer? Didn't your heart feel heavy?" Feng Yuan dug his ears. "On the contrary, I am very excited." Land spirit of Langya was furious. He wanted to tear Feng Yuan into pieces. "Feng Yuan, you demon! You are shameless. You are a bastard. A bastard? You are a despicable scoundrel. You are shameless and treacherous. You are truly a human. Go ahead and laugh. You won't be able to laugh for long. People like you will definitely die a horrible death. I was truly blind to actually believe you. Heaven will not let you off. If heaven gives me another chance, the first time I see you, I will kill you and turn you into ashes. I will tear you into pieces." "Oh." Feng Yuan had a light smile as he shook his head. "It is a pity that you will not have such a chance." Land spirit of Langya was speechless. He wanted to tear apart Feng Yuan's smile, but he could not move. He could only curse and vent his anger. Chapter 1771. Langya Blessed Land, Long Hair Refinement Path Formation. The blood light faded as the blood path formation opened. Feng Yuan and Land Spirit of Langya walked out one after the other. Feng Yuan's scheme succeeded. In the previous life, the Land Spirit of Langya had caught Fairy Myrtle off guard. The latter killed the black-haired Land Spirit, but it was the white-haired Land Spirit's turn. The black-haired Land Spirit was ambitious. Even though he knew about the agreement between Langya Blessed Land and Longevity Heaven, he did not want to use it. After the white-haired Land Spirit appeared, he directly asked Longevity Heaven for help. In the end, the white-haired Land Spirit's action caused Feng Yuan to escape, the Celestial Court to lose, and Longevity Heaven to take in Langya's sect, gaining the greatest benefits. Now, I have successfully suppressed the Land Spirit. Longevity Heaven has nothing to do with it anymore. Feng Yuan looked at the Land Spirit of Langya beside him. Right now, the Land Spirit of Langya had already been replaced by the black-haired Land Spirit under Feng Yuan's command. To prevent the other hairy man Gu immortals from suspecting him, the black-haired Land Spirit pretended to have the same relationship with Feng Yuan as before. Feng Yuan purposely let out a breath of air. This time, it was all thanks to First Supreme Elder. We were able to salvage the situation. The black-haired Land Spirit smiled. The main reason is because of the refinement path formation. Let's quickly enter the formation and continue refining Gu. The black-haired Land Spirit smile was somewhat submissive, but other than sixth hair, the other hairy man Gu immortals did not suspect him at all. Who could have thought that a shocking change had already happened right under their noses? Feng Yuan entered the long hair refinement path formation, continuing to refine myriad self-immortal Gu. Several hours later, a dazzling profound light flashed in the refinement path formation. The profound light faded, revealing an immortal Gu. This Gu was tall and slender, several meters long. It was shaped like a centipede and looked like it was made of copper, its entire body emitting a metallic luster. The mouthparts on its head were ferocious, and a pair of long whiskers swayed in front of its forehead like smoke. The left side had 5,000 feet, and the right side also had 5,000 feet, making a total of 10,000 feet. Rank 7 Immortal Goo Myriad Self. Even though Feng Yuan's main purpose was to frame the land spirit of Langya, he did not give up on refining Myriad Self Immortal Goo. In the previous life, Myriad Self Immortal Goo's recipe had a success rate of 50%. In this life, in order to harm the land spirit of Langya, Feng Yuan tried his best to modify Myriad Self Immortal Goo's recipe, reducing the 50% success rate to 40%. He had never thought of giving up on refining Myriad Self this time. Myriad Self Immortal Goo could not be given up. It didn't seem to improve Feng Yuan much, but it was actually quite important. Myriad Self was a combination of enslavement and strength path. It was a fusion of both paths. But it was very complex. It needed a long time to activate and expended a lot of the Goo Immortal's thoughts. Now that it was a Goo worm, Feng Yuan only needed a few simple steps to rapidly activate the original Myriad Self Killer Move's power. Other than the Killer Move Myriad Self, Feng Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Myriad Dragon, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, and other killer moves had also benefited from it to some extent. Especially Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. This move was created by Feng Yuan in the previous life when he was close to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. If not for Myriad Self Immortal Goo, he would need too many Goo worms. The time needed to activate the killer move would be too long. There was no value in using it in battle. Even though Myriad Self Immortal Goo could not increase the upper limit of Feng Yuan's strength, it could strengthen Feng Yuan's foundation and raise his potential in many aspects. After the Immortal Goo refinement came to an end, Feng Yuan inspected the whole of Langya Blessed Land, taking inventory of his gains. Langya Blessed Land had a huge origin. Its original owner was one of the 3 refinement path extremes in history, Long Hair Ancestor. Long Hair Ancestor was a legend. He had refined countless Immortal Goo in history. Even thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal sought him out to refine Goo. Long Hair Ancestor had a special identity. He was not a human, but a hairy man. Even though hairy men had long lifespans, they would still die one day. Long Hair Ancestor left behind rank 8 Langya Grotto Heaven, but after countless years of development, under the guidance of the white-haired land spirit, Langya Grotto Heaven's rank was lowered, returning to a blessed land. The calamities and tribulations of blessed lands were much smaller than Grotto Heavens, and because of the white-haired land spirit's efforts, Langya Blessed Land was developing very well. It was huge, far larger than normal blessed lands, and in terms of space, it surpassed many Grotto Heavens. In terms of time path, its flow of time was 1 to 36 times that of the outside world. What was worth mentioning was that Langya Blessed Land's tributary of the River of Time had an immortal killer move that could adjust the immortal aperture's time flow. This was the work of a time path great expert that Long Hair Ancestor had personally invited when he was alive. In terms of Dao marks, Langya Blessed Land's most important Dao marks were refinement path Dao marks. There were more than 300,000 of them. The Dao marks of the other paths were mainly water path, followed by earth path. Langya Blessed Land had 4 continents. They were the black hair, yellow hair, and white hair continents in the sea, as well as the cloud cover continent in the sky. The Blessed Land was rich in resources and had a large population. There were also many Goo Immortals. It was a true super force. The vast population ensured that this was the source of lifespan Goo. Undeniably, this was the #1 blessed land in the world. The land spirit of Langya had already been suppressed by Feng Yuan. Everything here belonged to Feng Yuan. Other than the blessed land's resources and population, there were also a vast number of Goo recipes, killer moves, and Goo worms. Langya Blessed Land had many immortal Goo in stock. For example, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, which had fallen to rank 7, was one of the cores that Feng Yuan had borrowed to use the killer move Light Fungus Illumination, would sprout immortal Goo. There were also Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo, Formation Plate Immortal Goo, and others. Many immortal Goo were given to the Hairy Man Goo Immortals to use. Langya Blessed Land had 3 Goo formations. The first was the Long Hair Refinement Path Formation. The second was the 9 Submother Teleportation Goo Formation, and the third was the Ancient Battle Formation Heavenly Giant Solar. Among them, the 9 Submother Teleportation Goo Formation's main formation was on Cloud Cover Continent, while the 9 Submother formations were scattered in the outside world of Northern Plains, like Taichio, Dragon Elephant Plain, and Fengbo Cliff. Other than that, Langya Blessed Land had an incomplete Immortal Goo house, rank 8 Immortal Goo house refinement cauldron. There was also a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth that had not been constructed successfully, refinement C. In Feng Yuan's previous life, when Celestial Court's Goo Immortals attacked Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya used the refinement water in refinement C to unleash the killer move Omnipresent C, temporarily dominating the battle. Langya Blessed Land had a huge inventory of immortal materials, but it did not have many immortal Yuan stones. Finally, Langya Blessed Land had 3 true inheritances. They were Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Giant Sun's Self-Luck true inheritance, and Long Hair Refinement Path true inheritance. Rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Goo was in Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Back then, Ma Hongyun obtained a clue to this Thieving Heaven true inheritance outside Northern Plains. He came to Langya Blessed Land and asked the land spirit of Langya to refine Goo 3 times. This was also a portion of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Feng Yuan had some understanding of these 3 true inheritances. Many years ago, he had come into contact with them when he transacted with the land spirit of Langya. Back then, to deal with strong enemies, he had no choice but to sell his secluded domain of heaven and earth. Right now, the whole of Langya Blessed Land was his. I still have half a month left. Feng Yuan estimated the time. In his previous life, he had tried to deduce Luo Pasil during this period of time, trying to make up for his weakness in offense. As for defense, he already had reverse flow protection seal. He did not need to worry. In the end, Luo Pasil was only deduced several years later. In this life, he already had Luo Pasil. The main killer move he deduced was to fuse time path profundities into Yama Battlefield to create a compound battlefield killer move. Even though he suppressed the land spirit of Langya, and his refinement path attainment level was definitely high enough, Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to annex Langya Blessed Land. He had already decided to use the tactic of the 5 regional mountain range to set up a trap in Langya Blessed Land, waiting for Celestial Court and the rest to take the bait. Firstly, Feng Yuan needed to lure Feng Jioge and snatch fixed immortal travel from him. After all, when his cultivation level reaches rank 8, future self would not be useful anymore. Secondly, he needed to lure Celestial Court to expose Starcast. This method was too powerful. It could directly change the situation of the 5 regions war. It was a huge threat to any other super force. If Starcast was exposed, it would definitely incite the other super forces to attack Celestial Court. Thirdly, he needed to get rid of some Celestial Court Goo Immortals in advance. Feng Yuan would not let go of any chance to weaken Celestial Court. Fourthly, Feng Yuan could also use Celestial Court to kill the Snowman, Rockman, and Inkman Goo Immortals of the 4 Races Alliance. Then, he would imitate the previous life and annex these 3 remaining forces. Devouring both enemies and allies. Just thinking about it was wonderful, wasn't it? More than 10 days later. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Star Constellation Chessboard. This rank 8 Immortal Goo house was like a shooting firework. Countless starlight rays shot out, illuminating the whole of Celestial Court. Starlight shone on the faces of Celestial Court's Goo Immortals. They had close to 10 people. They were ready to move out. The leader was Fairy Myrtle. She looked up at the sky. The light in her eyes was even brighter than the starlight in the sky. To think that Wisdom Goo is actually in Langya Blessed Land. As long as I obtain it, Star Constellation Chessboard will become a rank 9 Immortal Goo house. At that time, I will be the number 1 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal in the world. In the future, Celestial Court will be able to repair Fate Goo. It is almost certain. Feng Yuan, I can't wait anymore. I will personally kill you. Thunder Ghost True Monarch gritted her teeth. Feng Jioge was silent. He had a calm expression. Chunyi was filled with anticipation. His performance in Green Ghost Desert was not good. He could not bring Divine Bean Palace back. This time, I can't be the same as before. I have just joined Celestial Court. I need to perform well. This battle is a good opportunity. No matter how strong Feng Yuan is, he is only rank 7. Langya Blessed Land has a huge reputation, but it is empty inside. Even Feng Jioge can come and go freely. This shows how weak it is. We have mobilized so many rank 8s this time. We can definitely win this battle. Sigh, Lady Ziwei is too vigilant. Chun-Yi blamed Fairy Myrtle a little. Fairy Myrtle made such a big fuss. She acted like a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit. It made it hard for Chan-Yi to gain merit. In his opinion, could 2 or 3 rank 8 Gu immortals not take care of Langya Blessed Land? These were not ordinary rank 8s. They were members of Celestial Court. Boom. Under the expectant gazes of many rank 8 Gu immortals, the starlight specks in the sky gathered into a huge blue starlight pillar. Immortal killer move, Star Cast. Go. Take down Langya Blessed Land and capture the demon Fong Yuan. Fairy Myrtle ordered. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was the first to lose patience. She charged into the starlight pillar. Chapter 1772. Thunder Ghost True Monarch felt the world turn upside down. Her surroundings became chaotic. Her vision suddenly changed. At the next moment, she disappeared from the celestial court and appeared in a formation space. She focused her gaze and saw that Fong Yuan was standing in front of her. The killer move in his hand was ready to be unleashed. Fong Yuan, you came at the right time. Thunder Ghost True Monarch shouted. Her eyes were burning with hatred when she saw her enemy. Fong Yuan smiled. Thunder Ghost True Monarch, I've been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as he said that, he waved his hand and shot Luo Pisil at Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder Ghost True Monarch instinctively wanted to dodge, but the super formation's power was already on her. Thunder Ghost True Monarch dodged very quickly, but it took a long time for her to do so. Her movement seemed to have become much slower. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had an expression of anger and shock on her face. She could not dodge in time and was hit by Fong Yuan's Luo Pisil. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was covered in a pitch-black armor. The style of the armor was sinister and flamboyant. The edges were pointed and sharp. There were flashes of lightning on it. On the chest of the armor, there was a dark blue ghost head with its mouth wide open. Her helmet also looked like a ghost. It formed a sharp contrast with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's young and cute appearance. Luo Pisil hit Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor. In the next second, cracks appeared on the surface of Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor. Then, with a soft sound, the armor broke into countless pieces, revealing Thunder Ghost True Monarch's body. With the help of Luo Pisil and the super formation, Fong Yuan destroyed Thunder Ghost True Monarch's strongest defense in one attack. Thunder Ghost True Monarch roared. She did not dodge and charged at Fong Yuan. This was a wise choice. Normally, when a person encountered such a predicament, they would choose to retreat and stabilize their position. But in front of Fong Yuan, they would lose the initiative, one wrong move after another. The rhythm of the battle would be completely controlled by Fong Yuan. Thunder Ghost True Monarch didn't flinch. Instead, she charged forward and fought Fong Yuan with her life on the line. At this moment, Thunder Ghost True Monarch's abundant battle experience and courage were on full display. She attacked Langya Blessed Land, but was ambushed instead and fell into a predicament. The contrast between before and after did not make her lose her composure. Instead, it aroused her boundless pride and fighting spirit. As expected of the person who had once troubled spectral soul demon Venerable, such a person did not know the meaning of discouragement. Her morale was not affected at all. Her final move, Lightning Heart Sacrificial Explosion, was a true mutual destruction method. Even if she died, she would drag the enemy down with her. This showed her character. However, Fong Yuan had anticipated Thunder Ghost True Monarch's counterattack. Fairy Myrtle was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. So was Fong Yuan. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, he could naturally make all sorts of plans. How could he not know about Thunder Ghost True Monarch's personality? Just as Fong Yuan had said, he had been waiting for a long time. Immortal killer move, Steal Life. After suppressing the land spirit of Langya, Langya's sect's thieving Heaven True Inheritance naturally fell into Fong Yuan's hands. Using Theft Path Immortal Gu, Fong Yuan used rank 8 Immortal Gu Steal Life as the core to create an immortal killer move. Even though Fong Yuan did not have rank 8 Immortal Essence, he could lend it to the land spirit of Langya. It had long hair Immortal Essence. Steal Life was not used by Fong Yuan, but by the formation's land spirit of Langya. A beam of red light as thick as a finger flashed and hit Thunder Ghost True Monarch's forehead. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's movements stopped abruptly. She aged rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she turned from a cute young girl to an old woman with deep wrinkles. She stretched out her thin fingers, grabbing at Fong Yuan. She opened her mouth. Many of her teeth fell off. How could this be? These were her final words. She was dead. It was filled with intense unwillingness and hatred. She died of old age. Her lifespan was exhausted. Even in death, her eyes were still open, staring at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan smiled lightly. Inside the super formation, the 4 races Gu immortals went into an uproar. What's going on? She died just like that? We killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Isn't this too easy? The variant human Gu immortals were dumbfounded. After calming down, they started to analyze. It was Lord Fong Yuan's plan. That's right. Thunder Ghost True Monarch fell for our trap. She could not retaliate at all. Even though she is a rank 8 Gu immortal, against Lord Fong Yuan, she could not do anything at all. I finally understand why the human Gu immortals want to kill Lord Fong Yuan. The variant human Gu immortals sighed. Their gazes towards Fong Yuan were filled with wariness, fear, worship, and respect. Looking at Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse, Fong Yuan was not surprised. Even though she was a rank 8 expert, her death was not in vain. The strength of Wisdom Path Gu immortals was in planning before taking action. As long as they had the relevant information, they could restrain themselves. After rebirth, Fong Yuan knew about Thunder Ghost True Monarch's trump cards. Secondly, Fong Yuan had put in a lot of effort to modify Langya Blessed Land's defenses. He added a large number of Immortal Gu. Among them was Steel Life Immortal Gu. It was all thanks to Fong Yuan's formation path attainment, as well as the Light of Wisdom. This was not something ordinary Gu immortals could do. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 2 strongest methods were Lightning Heart Explosion and Soul Armor Battle. Thus, once Fong Yuan met her, he used Luo Pasil. This move countered Thunder Ghost True Monarch's Soul Armor. It had a huge effect. Without the Soul Armor, after Thunder Ghost True Monarch died of old age, she would be suppressed by the formation. She could not activate Lightning Heart Explosion. Finally, there was Steel Life. It was not like the previous time when he used Steel Life Immortal Gu without distinguishing between friend and foe. This time, Fong Yuan deduced the killer move Steel Life. It only targeted strong enemies. Steel Life Immortal Gu had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's method. It could only be used 3 times. Even Fong Yuan could not remove it. Even though there were only 3 chances, Fong Yuan used them without hesitation, dealing a fatal blow to Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had outstanding battle strength. If she continued fighting, she would pose a huge threat to Fong Yuan and the whole of Langya Blessed Land. If Lightning Heart Explosion was used, it would be a huge loss. Fong Yuan decided to use a series of moves to stun her. Kill. Celestial Court. Looking at the Starlight Pillar, Chunyi could not help but say, I am going too. Fairy Myrtle glanced at him and nodded. As a Wisdom Path Gu immortal with Star Constellation chessboard, she could more or less understand Chen Yi's feelings and thoughts. After getting Fairy Myrtle's permission, Chen Yi flew towards the Starlight Pillar impatiently. I need to act now. With Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch's battle strength, a little later means fewer gains. She might have already killed the variant human Gu immortals by now. Langya Blessed Land. Here I come. Chen Yi was excited. His body entered the Starlight Pillar. At the next moment, he arrived at Langya Blessed Land, entering the formation space. This is Langya Blessed Land? Suddenly, Chen Yi's body froze. His pupil shrunk to pin size. He saw Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse. On Fong Yuan's side, he was using a super formation that had the power of Time Path to slow the flow of time. But over at Celestial Court, time flowed normally. After Thunder Ghost True Monarch entered, Chen Yi entered the Starlight Pillar and teleported over. Fong Yuan had just killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch and stored her remnant soul when Chen Yi appeared. You came quite quickly. Fong Yuan smiled. Chen Yi stared at Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse, shouting, Senior? Thunder Ghost True Monarch did not reply. She was dead. How can this be? This is impossible. Chun Yi's battle intent and blood surged like a bucket of ice water had been poured on him. He thought that Thunder Ghost True Monarch was going on a killing spree. Langya Blessed Land was in chaos. Feng Yuan was defending desperately. But the reality was that Thunder Ghost True Monarch was dead. Feng Yuan was unharmed. He was standing in front of him with a smile on his face. Who could have expected such a scene? Chun Yi blinked his eyes repeatedly and suddenly roared, "What a good demon! You made the illusion so realistic that this old man was almost fooled by you." Saying so, Chun Yi's body shined with green light as he activated a defensive killer move. He was not in a hurry to attack. He stayed here to guard the dark whirlpool behind him. Thus, at the next moment, Chun Yi sensed something amiss. The power of time path is affecting me. The defensive killer move took a long time to form. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was calm. She said to Feng Jioge, "You go too?" Feng Jioge nodded and dived into the pillar of starlight. With Feng Jioge's strength, he should be able to protect himself. However, we are mainly relying on his Tao Protector's karmic luck. Celestial Court has many luck path methods. We can only use this method to restrain Feng Yuan. Fairy Myrtle sighed to herself. Feng Jioge also teleported over. She was next. But when Fairy Myrtle was about to move, boom! The pillar of starlight self-destructed, once again shattering into countless specks of starlight. Fairy Myrtle was stunned. The other Celestial Court immortals were stunned. Chapter 1773. Even though Starcast was extremely powerful, it was a killer move that affected the balance of the 5 regions. But as long as it was a move, it would have flaws and weaknesses. Feng Yuan did not know much about the killer move Starcast, but he knew the crucial point. Starcast needed a catalyst. This catalyst was a portion of the disadvantageous Tao marks left behind by Feng Jioge after he invaded Langya Blessed Land. In the previous life, this portion of disadvantageous Tao marks formed a dark spiral that sent Chun Yi, Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Feng Jioge, and Fairy Myrtle inside. Thankfully, Feng Yuan and the land spirit of Langya reacted in time and destroyed the dark spiral, preventing more Celestial Court Gu immortals from invading. In this life, Feng Yuan was reborn. He knew the exact location of the dark spiral. Thus, after modifying Langya Blessed Land's defensive formation, he used the formation path space to enclose it. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was the vanguard, but the moment she entered, she was killed by Feng Yuan and the rest who had been plotting for a long time. Chun Yi was the second to charge out of the dark spiral. Feng Yuan did not have much time to activate Luo Pasil. They were in a stalemate. Next was Feng Jioge. He was Feng Yuan's main target, because rank 7 fixed immortal travel was in his hands. As for the fourth, it was likely to be Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path Gu immortal. She controlled star constellation chessboard. If Duke Long was the spiritual leader of Celestial Court, he was the guarantor of morale. Then Fairy Myrtle was the brain of Celestial Court. She was the decision-maker. She was very important, but even if Feng Yuan killed her, there would not be much of an effect. Why? Because there were too many wisdom path Gu immortals sleeping in Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. If Fairy Myrtle died, another one would wake up to replace her. Why did Fairy Myrtle wake up? Wasn't it because the wisdom path Gu immortal of Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, had died that Fairy Myrtle had awakened and taken over Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's position? If Fairy Myrtle had the constellation chessboard, then Feng Yuan would have been interested in killing her. But unfortunately, Star Constellation chessboard needed to maintain Starcast. He had to leave it at the Celestial Court. He could not bring it over. Feng Yuan had the battle experience of his previous life, so he had already deduced this secret. Putting himself in Feng Yuan's shoes, he would rather have spared Fairy Myrtle's life. Because knowing yourself and your enemy was the key to victory, Feng Yuan was familiar with Fairy Ziwei. This was beneficial to him. If Feng Yuan killed her in exchange for an unfamiliar wisdom path Gu immortal of Celestial Court, it would weaken Feng Yuan's rebirth advantage. Of course, there was also the most important reason. Fairy Myrtle had strong battle strength. Even though in the previous life, Feng Yuan's battle strength surpassed her in the refinement path convention, but now, Feng Yuan had yet to reach rank 8 cultivation level. His battle strength was far from his previous life's final stage. If Fairy Myrtle entered, Celestial Court would have 3 rank 8 battle strengths. Feng Yuan's side had Heavenly Giant Solar, the Super Formation, the Immemorial Rock Dragon, and himself. The battle would be intense. The situation could go out of control. Don't forget, Chun-Yi had Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's trump card. Immortal Killer move Karma Relocation had played a crucial role in the previous life. Feng Yuan had a deep impression of it. He would not neglect it. Furthermore, Feng Yuan had already suppressed the land spirit of Langya. The whole of Langya Blessed Land was his private property. He would try to minimize his losses. Thus, he destroyed the Dark Spiral earlier than in the previous life. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court were stunned. While inside Langya Blessed Land, Feng Zhoge and Chenny looked at each other. They were completely dumbfounded. This is different from the plan. Starcast failed. Only the few of us are left. Langya Blessed Land was prepared for this. Their reaction was too timely. Right now, we can only defend and stall for time, until Starcast is activated again. Chen-Yi and Feng Zhoge conversed rapidly. They floated in the formation space with their backs against each other, relying on each other. Feng Zhoge asked again, "That's right. Where is Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch?" Chun-Yi's Adam's apple bobbed. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to tell Feng Zhoge what he had seen. "I'm not sure. I didn't see Thunder Ghost True Monarch when I came." Feng Zhoge nodded. "I am afraid that Senior Thunder Ghost was too eager to gain merit. She charged too quickly and was separated. If we meet up with her, that would be for the best." Chani had a bad premonition, but he could not say it now to affect morale. He could only say, "I think it is unlikely. Feng Yuan is such a crafty person. How can he let us meet up so easily? Maybe Thunder Ghost True Monarch is already being held back by other forces." Feng Zhoge, on the other hand, was more optimistic than Qianyi. He smiled and said, "Sir Chun-Yi, in truth, our combat power is already outstanding enough. I can resist rank 8 Gu Immortals. I barely have rank 8 battle strength. Together with you and Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch, we have 3 rank 8 battle strength. It will be hard for Langya Blessed Land to resist our attacks, right? We might even be able to take down Langya Blessed Land with our strength." Chun-Yi laughed heartily. He forced himself to focus. "Brother Feng is right. But if the situation is urgent and out of our expectations, you should find a chance to use fixed immortal travel to retreat." Feng Zhoge looked at Chun-Yi deeply. He thought to himself. Chun-Yi's emotions seemed to have changed. Feng Zhoge had seen it with his own eyes. Chun-Yi had rushed in excitedly, as if he couldn't wait to prove himself. Why was it that his spirit and chi were so dispirited after he had just suffered some setbacks? Even though Chen-Yi was once the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, it seems that he is no longer as bold and courageous as he used to be. No wonder he failed his mission in Western Desert, causing Celestial Court to lose Divine Bean Palace. Feng Zhoge looked down on Chun-Yi internally, but he did not know that in the previous life, Feng Yuan had a good relationship with Qianyi, especially when he used half of Destiny Song to save Chun-Yi's life. The two communicated rapidly. Everything happened in an instant. Feng Yuan had already made his move. But this time, he was not in a hurry to act. He concealed himself. Replacing him was the Immemorial Rock Dragon, the land spirit of Langya, and the Hairy Man Gu Immortal's ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. Feng Zhoge and Chen-Yi fought together. After a few rounds, neither side could do anything to the other. But Chen-Yi and Feng Zhoge were frowning deeply. The Immemorial Rock Dragon has the toughest defense, but it is the least dangerous. The Gu Immortals inside Heavenly Giant Solar do not have strong battle awareness. That's right, the most important thing is Feng Yuan. He has not appeared. Is he fighting Thunder Ghost True Monarch, or is he hiding to deal with us? Other than that, there is this formation. We need to break this formation first, otherwise, we will be trapped in this formation space. That is not good. Chen-Yi and Feng Zhoge discussed and changed their formation. Feng Zhoge started to prepare a killer move, while Chen-Yi guarded in front. Chen-Yi blocked the attacks of the Immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar alone. Feng Zhoge succeeded in preparing his killer move and activated Separation Song. But in the previous life, Separation Song was useless. It was even worse now. How could Feng Yuan miss the killer move Separation Song? Chen Yi and Feng Zhege's attacks failed. Feng Yuan took the chance and attacked, separating Chen Yi and Feng Zhege. Next, the super formation activated and created two spaces, separating Chen Yi and Feng Zhege. Celestial Court. The starlight in the sky was gathering again. Fairy Myrtle was sweating profusely now. She was using all her strength to prepare Star Cast. However, Star Cast could not be used so easily. This move was very powerful. It could teleport rank 8 Goo Immortals. It was a tactical method. Precisely so, the price to use it was huge. Not only did it expend a vast amount of rank 8 Immortal Essence, it also took a lot of time to prepare. There were many complicated steps. Without deep wisdom path attainment, it could not be used at all. If we succeed in this mission and take back Wisdom Goo. With Wisdom Goo, using Star Cast will be easy. It will not be as troublesome as now. Fairy Myrtle sighed. The Goo Immortal beside her smiled. Lady Ziwei, even if we do not go, just the three of them have the strength to take down Langya Blessed Land. The Celestial Court Goo Immortals had relaxed expressions. The atmosphere was relaxed. Fairy Myrtle, however, was a little worried. She frowned, feeling something amiss. That's right. Feng Zhege has outstanding talent. Even though he is rank 7, he can fight rank 8s. He has experience in invading Langya Blessed Land. He will be even more familiar with it this time. Even if Langya Blessed Land attacks him, he has Fate Armor Immortal Goo. He will be able to protect himself. The Celestial Court Goo Immortal beside Fairy Myrtle analyzed. Langya Blessed Land. GUH. Feng Zhege's body shook. He coughed out blood. He escaped in a sorry state in the formation space. Feng Yuan chased after him with a sinister smile. Feng Zhege still had a look of shock on his face. My goo worm really did mysteriously disappear. How can this be? This method should be a theft path method. But I wonder if it was Feng Yuan who did it, or the power of this super formation. He had already used Great Thief Ghost Hand several times, but it was different from the previous life. Feng Yuan only stole a large number of Mortal Goo and a Sound Path Immortal Goo. Compared to the previous life, my luck is very bad. Feng Yuan felt helpless. The higher his cultivation level, the stronger Spring-Autumn Cicada's rebirth would have to be, the more severe the repercussions would be. Before this battle, Feng Yuan had already used methods like Burning Soul Bursting Luck, but he had not reached his previous life's luck path standard. Even though I obtained Giant Sun Immortal's Self-Luck True Inheritance, this true inheritance contains killer moves and Immortal Goo recipes, but there are very few luck path Immortal Goo. Thus, I did not manage to steal fixed Immortal Travel. Feng Yuan was feeling regret, while Feng Zhege had a grim expression. The other party actually has the ability to steal Immortal Goo. The situation is very serious. Even if I have Fate Armor Immortal Goo, it might be stolen. Do I have to use fixed Immortal Travel to return? Leave behind Chunyi. Feng Zhege was hesitant. At the other side, the Celestial Court Goo Immortal said, compared to Feng Zhege, Lord Chen Yi is a true rank 8 Goo Immortal. He is the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He has a lot of battle experience. Furthermore, he is the current generation Genesis Lotus Inheritor. He has powerful wood path methods. Lord Chen Yi is becoming more resolute with age. He is the most reliable person. He will definitely be able to control the situation. Langya Blessed Land, Super Formation. Chen Yi was covered in sweat. He could not conceal the anxiety on his face. Damn it, he cursed in his heart. After the super formation separated him from Feng Zhege, the enemies he fought with vanished. The formation activated. Layers of mazes and illusion realms trapped Chen Yi. Chen Yi continued to investigate and break through, but the mazes and illusion realms seemed to be endless. Quick, faster. I need to get out of here quickly and meet up with Feng Zhege. How did it become like this? How did it become like this? Chen Yi cultivated wood path. He did not have deep formation path attainment. Chen Yi's fighting style was not about attacking, but about endurance. Be it Giant Tree Prison Cage or Karma Divine Tree, they were both like this. In the previous life, Chen Yi guarded the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. He made things difficult for Wu Yong, Feng Yuan, and the rest, but now, he was being tortured by Feng Yuan using the super immortal formation. This was the tactic that Feng Yuan used to deal with Qin Yi after getting familiar with him. Celestial Court. I know you are right, but for some reason, the uneasiness in my heart is getting stronger. Fairy Myrtle sighed. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal beside her pondered. That can't be. Even if Feng Jioge and Qin Yi are at a disadvantage, Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch is a true expert. She was a legend who had caused trouble for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before. Last time, she let Feng Yuan escape because of the regional wall. This time, in Langya Blessed Land, she will be able to display her true strength. The number of Gu Immortals who have died at her hands can be counted with one hand. Even if Feng Yuan makes a move, what can he do? He will only be chased around by Thunder Ghost True Monarch. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal said this with great confidence and certainty. Langya Blessed Land, Formation Space. Feng Yuan chased after Feng Jioge while soul, searching Thunder Ghost True Monarch's remnant soul. He was actually doing two things at once. There was no helping it. His advantage was too huge. He used Great Thief Ghost Hand many times. Even though he could not steal fixed immortal travel, 3 of Feng Jioge's Sound Path Immortal Gu were already taken by Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge's strength fell greatly, but he did not have many injuries. Feng Yuan mainly used Great Thief Ghost Hand. His other attacks were just small skirmishes to maintain his advantage. He did not use Luo Pasil or anything else, because he was afraid of injuring Feng Jioge and activating Fate Armor Immortal Gu. Once Fate Armor Immortal Gu was activated, it had the ability to locate Fairy Myrtle's location. In the previous life, Feng Yuan suffered from this. After Fate Armor Immortal Gu was activated, Fairy Myrtle quickly unraveled Yama Battlefield. In this life, how could Feng Yuan make the same mistake again? Oh, as expected, many Gu Immortals are planning to invade Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan obtained a lot of information from soul searching. Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch's cultivation information was valuable, Feng Yuan placed it aside. Celestial Court's situation was more important to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had many wisdom path methods, he quickly deduced. This means that Star Cast can still be used. I need to hurry and finish this battle. There is no other way. If this drags on, Fixed Immortal Travel, Fate Armor, and the other Immortal Gu will be stolen by Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge had a grim expression. He finally made his decision and activated Fixed Immortal Travel. Wishful thinking. Feng Yuan snickered, activating Immortal Gu Suppress Space. Suppress Space Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu was the one he had obtained from the drill head turtle in Southern Border's Earth Trench. There were many methods to counter Fixed Immortal Travel, but after rebirth, Feng Yuan could only obtain 2. The first was Fixed Space Immortal Gu. The second was Suppress Space Immortal Gu. Fixed Space Immortal Gu was held by Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Lu Hao. In the previous life, Feng Yuan ambushed Southern Border's Gu Immortals and captured Lu Hao. Unfortunately, Lu Hao's Fixed Space Immortal Gu self-destructed. Feng Yuan could not get it. As for Suppress Space Immortal Gu, it belonged to Luo Clan's Gu Immortal, Luo Ran. In the previous life, when Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance's Gu Immortals to attack the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Luo Ran had used Suppress Space Immortal Gu to help. It was very difficult for Feng Yuan to obtain Fixed Space Immortal Gu. Because it was too early, he was still in Northern Plains Langya Blessed Land. He had not roamed Southern Border and attracted the Gu Immortals, such as Xiaocha and the other Gu Immortals. Without Wu Yong asking for help from Fairy Myrtle, Lu Hao would not be involved. But Suppressed Space Immortal Gu was something that Feng Yuan could obtain based on his previous life's information. Fixed Space Immortal Gu marked a location. Even if Fixed Immortal Travel was activated, the Gu Immortal would only be transported to the location marked by Fixed Space Immortal Gu. Suppressed Space Immortal Gu could suppress the surrounding space within a certain range, making it hard for space path methods to work. Suppressed Space Immortal Gu was also rank 7. It countered rank 7 Immortal Gu, Fixed Immortal Travel. Feng Jioge was shocked. He did not expect Feng Yuan to have made such thorough preparations. At the next moment, Feng Jioge's expression turned pale. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Chapter 1774. Fixed Immortal Travel was finally in his hands. This way, when Fang Yuan advances to rank 8, future self would be useless. He would not have to worry about losing methods like fixed immortal travel. Fixed immortal travel was a movement immortal goo. It had a strong effect. It would be very convenient for Fang Yuan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan deduced a killer move that used fixed immortal travel as the core. Even with rank 8 cultivation level, he could barely move around the world. With this immortal goo, he would have an extremely powerful mobility. But in the previous life, Fang Yuan stole fixed immortal travel on his first try, but this time, he had to put in a lot of effort. He used Great Thief Ghost Hand more than 10 times. He expended a lot of immortal essence. Great Thief Ghost Hand's weakness was clearly exposed. Even though it could steal immortal goo, most of the time, it would steal mortal goo. Fang Yuan had stolen tens of thousands of mortal goo from Feng Jioge, but only 3 or 4 immortal goo. Next is Fate Armor Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan's cold gaze locked onto Feng Jioge's figure. As long as he stole Fate Armor Immortal Goo, Feng Jioge would be finished. Feng Jioge continued to flee. He had never thought that he would be in such a pathetic state. Fang Yuan understands me very well. He keeps stealing my immortal goo. He rarely attacks me. He has no intention of heavily injuring me. It seems that he understands the power of Fate Armor Immortal Goo. Feng Jioge's heart sank to rock bottom. A bone-chilling cold spread all over his body. As he had fewer immortal goo, his battle strength fell. Fang Yuan. Feng Jioge muttered this name in his mind. Even though he had expected Fang Yuan's growth, he did not think that he would be fleeing in such a pathetic state, unable to retaliate at all. Earlier, when Feng Jioge chased Fang Yuan and chased Fang Yuan all the way from southern border to western desert, it felt like it happened yesterday. Feng Jioge remembered it clearly. Who would have thought that at this moment, their situations would be completely reversed? How fast? Feng Jioge sighed in his heart. It wasn't that Feng Jioge wasn't strong, but that Fang Yuan was well prepared. He did not reveal the secret of his rebirth, so he maintained his advantage. Langya Blessed Land's super array had been improved by Fang Yuan, and was now several times stronger than it was in his previous life. One of the reasons was that Fang Yuan had annexed Langya Blessed Land, and could use all the resources to build the immortal array. At the same time, he had dealings with the 3 foreign races. The second reason was that Fang Yuan himself was much stronger than in the previous life, be it formation path, time path, or other aspects, he was much more outstanding. That was why this super formation was constructed to trap Feng Jioge and Qian Yi. The other side. Light flashed before Qian Yi's eyes as he shuttled back and forth in the illusory maze. Damn it, I still haven't gotten out. Qian Yi was trapped in the illusory maze. He moved around rapidly, trying to break through everywhere. He was on the verge of vomiting. This formation refreshed Qian Yi's evaluation of it time and time again. Fang Yuan arranged for all the variant human goo immortals to control the formation and target Qian Yi. Qian Yi's battle strength was very high. His immortal killer moves were Ancient Tree Prison, Giant Tree Divine Statue, Karma Divine Tree, and others. They were all outstanding methods. Fang Yuan found it hard to deal with them. In the previous life, Qian Yi fought against 2 enemies in the Battle of Langya Sect. He fought against the Immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar. His performance was dazzling and eye-catching. But in this life, Fang Yuan annexed Langya Sect and obtained the authority to command it. He arranged for the Immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar to deal with Qian Yi, but they were only supporting him. The true way to deal with Qian Yi was through the super formation. Qian Yi struggled in the illusory maze and maze. Whenever he had a chance to break through, the Immemorial Rock Dragon or Heavenly Giant Solar would appear to stop him and stall for time. Next, the variant human goo immortals would use the chance to make up for it, trapping Qian Yi in the formation. Qian Yi had a lot of methods, but he had nowhere to use them. Fang Yuan's arrangements immediately countered him. Qian Yi was very anxious. The longer this dragged on, the more uneasy he felt. Was Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse really just an illusion? Qian Yi was not sure. He wanted to believe that it was just an illusion. The reason was simple. With Thunder Ghost True Monarch's battle strength, how could Fang Yuan kill her in one go? But was there such a possibility? If Thunder Ghost True Monarch was still alive, why hadn't they heard anything from her after so much time had passed? He had been separated from Feng Jioge for a long time now. What was the situation over at Fengjiuge's side? Is it a dream realm? A thought flashed in Chen Yi's mind. He did not know that Feng Yuan had rank 8 Immortal Gu Steel Life, but he knew that Feng Yuan was skilled in the self-detonation of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, using the power of dream realms to deal with strong enemies. During the battle of Etion Mountain's dream realm, Spectral Soul was captured by the Celestial Court. After that, when Feng Yuan was chased by Wu Yong and Fengjiuge, he used pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate multiple times. Without the help of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Feng Yuan was likely to be killed. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path grade expert. She had already made deductions before she acted. She had already considered the dream realms and reverse flow river that Feng Yuan had. The dark spiral was the primer of Star Cast. It had a method to sense it. If there were dream realms or reverse flow river nearby, Fairy Myrtle would be able to sense it. In fact, Feng Yuan lacked precise control over dream realms and reverse flow river. Once the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonate, the dream realms would move on their own. Reverse flow river could only be used slightly, be it dream realms or reverse flow river. As long as they were touched by the dark spiral, they would be destroyed. Star Cast would become unstable and fail. As long as Fairy Myrtle made the dark spiral bigger, she would be able to test if there were dream realms or reverse flow river around it. Using dream realms or reverse flow river as a trap is foolish. But what if Feng Yuan creates a new dream path killer move? He has Spring Autumn Cicada. He has revived from his previous life. Chen Yi thought. But the truth was, Feng Yuan did not have any dream realms now. He had already used up all the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Refer to Chapter 567 of this volume for details. Most of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were used when Feng Yuan was escaping. That was why after the previous life's battle in Lengya Blessed Land, Feng Yuan returned to southern border to fight for dream realms. Later on, Feng Yuan and Qi Chuyu secretly transacted and obtained many dream realms. He started to accumulate pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. After that, when Feng Yuan ambushed Xia Cha and the rest, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies contributed greatly. It could be said that Qi Chuyu contributed greatly. It was because he secretly transacted with Feng Yuan that Feng Yuan had so many dream realms to use. If he relied on force, he would not have such efficiency. Chen Yi's guess was wrong. His mood became heavier. No, I need to break this immortal formation as soon as possible. The grim situation made Chen Yi make up his mind. He activated his trump card killer move, Karma Divine Tree. The Divine Tree was lush and green. Its canopy was like a pavilion. Green smoke rose and swayed with the wind. Karma Divine Tree was above him. All sorts of illusions and mazes were forced back by a large distance. Chen Yi's vision turned clear. The variant human Gu immortals gasped in shock. This is the Karma Divine Tree killer move that Elder Feng Yuan spoke of? The entire Super Gu formation's power is being repelled by this move. The mazes and illusions cannot stop Chen Yi. As expected of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move, at the crucial moment, the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar attacked Chen Yi from the left and right. The other variant human Gu immortals controlled the formation, trying to find a way to confuse Chen Yi again. Chen Yi snorted coldly. He did not fight the Rock Dragon or the Giant. He flew around and assessed the formation, trying to attack it. The immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar attacked Chen Yi, while Chen Yi defended passively. Karma Divine Tree displayed extremely strong defense. It blocked all of the attacks perfectly. The originally sparse Divine Tree was soon filled with fruits. These fruits flew out and hit the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar, causing them to suffer the damage. Quickly stop Chen Yi. Don't let him run around. Feng Yuan sensed the situation and quickly ordered. But the variant human Gu immortals were extremely busy. They could not use the formation's power to confuse Chen Yi. As for asking them to fight and risk their lives, that was impossible. Even though the variant human Gu immortals were allies, they cherished their lives. They hid inside the formation and did not come out if they could. In the previous life, when the formation broke, they had no choice but to enter the battlefield. Boom! With a loud sound, Chen Yi hit the crucial point. The formation space that was split in half was reconnected. Even though Qianyi cultivated wood path, he was a rank 8 great expert after all. He could learn by analogy, and because he had been in contact with this super formation for a long time, he could see some of its profundities. Qianyi saw Feng Jioge and shouted in shock, "Hold on, I'm here." It turned out that Feng Jioge was forced into a corner by Feng Yuan. The situation was extremely dangerous. Be careful. The enemy has a method to steal goo worms. Feng Jioge also gave Qianyi crucial information. Qianyi's body shook. He thought of the battle in Divine Bean Palace. Western Desert Goo Immortal Swan Bu Jin directly stole the immortal goo of legendary immemorial beast Qing Chou. They also have theft path methods. Qianyi's heart jumped. He frowned deeply. But it was different from the previous life. Feng Yuan did not use the killer move Yama Emperor. Qianyi connected the two. It was a natural reaction. There was no evidence to prove that Feng Yuan was Swan Bu Jin. There were many theft path methods in the 5 regions. Western Desert Swan Bu Jin had theft path methods. It was more likely that Langya Blessed Land had theft path killer moves. After all, thieving heaven demon Venerable had once worked with long hair ancestor to refine goo. Qianyi charged over. Feng Yuan smiled coldly as he faced him. He activated the reverse flow protection seal and started to prepare the Luopu seal. Feng Yuan's aura surged. 2 rank 8 killer moves? Qianyi was shocked. His pupils shrunk. 1 for offense and 1 for defense. They complement each other perfectly. Damn it. Feng Yuan and Qianyi fought, while the immemorial rock dragon and heavenly giant Solar went after Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge only had rank 7 cultivation level now. His immortal goo had been stolen by Feng Yuan. His battle strength had fallen sharply. Facing the attacks of 2 rank 8 battle strengths, he was soon covered in injuries. Fate Armor Immortal Goo was forced to activate. Over at Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle's expression changed. Oh no. Fate Armor Immortal Goo is activated. Feng Jioge is in danger. What do we do? In the previous life, Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioge were only separated by Yama Battlefield. Fairy Myrtle quickly unraveled the Battlefield killer move and saved Feng Jioge. But in this life, Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioge were very far apart. Meanwhile, Starcast was only half done with preparation. Feng Jioge could not die. He was a Tao Guardian. Qianyi knew Feng Jioge's importance, but he could not help. Feng Yuan was pestering him. Karma Divine Tree was very strong. It had both offense and defense, but Feng Yuan had 2 rank 8 killer moves. He was also very powerful. Time passed quickly. Fate Armor Immortal Goo's faint light dimmed gradually. Once the halo dissipated, Feng Jioge would lose his life. What do I do? Qianyi was very anxious. At this moment, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's voice resounded in his ears. Watch closely. This is a combo move based on Karma Divine Tree, Karma Relocation. The killer move was activated, like a gust of wind. Green smoke swayed with the wind. Karma Divine Tree seemed to be dancing in the wind. Feng Yuan quickly stopped the killer move at the same time. He let out a sigh of relief. He was finally able to force this move out. With Karma Relocation, Qianyi rampaged through the battlefield. Feng Yuan could only retreat. Qianyi quickly gathered with Feng Jioge. Let's go back. This is my immortal goo. Remember to tell Lady Fairy Myrtle about the situation here. She will take revenge for me in the future. Qianyi gave all the immortal goo that he could not use to Feng Jioge. At the next moment, Karma Relocation activated, sending Feng Jioge away. Even with the formation and Langya Blessed Land's aperture walls, they could not stop Feng Jioge from escaping. Karma Relocation was a rank 9 killer move after all. Feng Jioge, I let you escape this time, but that might not be the case next time. Feng Yuan's expression was normal. He knew Karma Relocation. He could not block this move. Earlier, when he separated Qianyi and Feng Jioge, it was to guard against this killer move, but it did not work. Qianyi and Feng Jioge were very shrewd. They had rich battle experience. Let's go, Feng Jioge. Hand over your life. You can accompany Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Feng Yuan smiled sinisterly. Qianyi smiled lightly. Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch was killed by you guys after all. Come, even if I die, I will not let you off easily. Qianyi knew that he was going to die, but he let go. Even though he was infatuated with power, he was also a member of the Celestial Court. As long as one was a member of the celestial court, they were not afraid of sacrifice. They faced death with equanimity. The process of killing Chen Yi was not easy. It was very difficult. The battle was in a stalemate for a long time. But eventually, Chen Yi died. His life was taken by Feng Yuan. He did not leave behind any immortal goo, but his remnant soul could not escape from Feng Yuan's demonic claws. The variant human goo immortals cheered for their victory before crying out loud. They suffered heavy losses. Chen Yi killed many of their companions. Feng Yuan looked at Chen Yi's corpse as he sighed deeply. As expected of Chen Yi, as expected of a goo immortal of the celestial court. Next, he consoled the variant human goo immortals with deep sorrow. Your sacrifice was worth it. It was a glorious victory. Even a rank 8 goo immortal died at your hands. This battle achievement will shake heaven and earth. There were only 2 or 3 variant human goo immortals left. They were all heavily injured. Oh heavens! Our losses this time are too severe. Langya Blessed Land suffered the least damage. They are all in formation. They are safe inside Heavenly Giant Solar. Strange. Why did so many layers of the formation suddenly break apart? If not for this, we would not have lost so many people. Feng Yuan nodded. This should be Chen Yi's method. He is truly amazing. Even I did not notice anything wrong. The variant human goo immortals heard this and their eyes turned red. They gritted their teeth. That's right. It was this old scoundrel. Killing him was too easy on him. His death is not to be regretted. Chapter 1775. Feng Yuan, come over and take a look. Those Dao marks have changed again. The battle had just ended when Land Spirit of Langya transmitted. What? Feng Yuan was surprised. He quickly left the damaged super formation and went to the place where the change was. Feng Jioge left behind unfavorable Dao marks in many places, but they were the densest at the place where the dark whirlpool had just formed. Right now, even though there were not many unfavorable Dao marks in other places, there were changes. These Dao marks emitted a trace of blue light from time to time. They were like stars in the sky, shining brightly. Feng Yuan looked for a while before his expression turned grim. There is actually such a change. He had Wisdom Path Foundation and Star Path Attainment. He could see the effect of this change. It seems that Feng Jioge was sent back to Central Continent by Karma Relocation, or even to Fairy Myrtle's side. Thus, Fairy Myrtle obtained the information. Such a fast reaction. Feng Yuan felt some regret. In the earlier battle, he should not have dragged it out and created a situation where both sides were heavily injured. He should have attacked directly, not caring about the immortal essence expenditure to finish off Chen Yi quickly. Actually, even if he did that, it would not be fast. Karma Divine Tree had both offense and defense. It was truly outstanding. Without the variant human goo immortals using their lives to expend it, it would be very difficult for Chen Yi to die. Feng Yuan had a solemn expression. These Dao marks are changing. It should be cooperating with the Wisdom Path Great Expert of Celestial Court to locate Langya Blessed Land. We need to deal with it quickly, otherwise, it will be very dangerous. Land Spirit of Langya was very anxious. The dark whirlpool is easy to destroy, but these shining Dao marks are hard to get rid of. I tried it already. What is going on? At this time, the remaining variant human goo immortals flew over with different expressions. Feng Yuan ignored them. Thoughts were rumbling in his mind. His thoughts were like lightning, flickering continuously. Fairy Myrtle wants to confirm the location of Langya's Blessed Land. She's going to risk it one last time. This time, the Celestial Court's attack was a huge loss. It has completely angered her. The Langya Blessed Land has already been moved to the Pinetail Ridge by the Land Spirit, but the prince's impatience is probably patrolling nearby, searching in the dark. I can't let Fairy Myrtle find out the true location of Langya Blessed Land. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Once their location was exposed, not only would Prince's impatience attack, Celestial Court's goo immortals would also reinforce them endlessly. Even if the Celestial Court failed, Feng Yuan would not be able to get away with it. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. In the end, the Celestial Court was able to give up and expose the location of Langya Paradise to everyone. This hairy man's sacred ground would definitely attract countless greedy gazes. Longevity Heaven was the first to bear the brunt. What do we do? Fong Yuan racked his brains. Steam was rising from his head. The variant human goo immortals around him were also feeling anxious. They got the explanation from the land spirit of Langya and understood the severity of this matter. The celestial court is too terrifying. We used all our strength to kill 2 rank 8 goo immortals. We are still in danger. If we do not get rid of these Dalmarks, Langya Blessed Land's location will be exposed. We will not be able to defend this place. That's right, now, we can only rely on Lord Fong Yuan to think of a way. Even if the land spirit of Langya had a method to move the Blessed Land, with so many enemies around, they could not make such a huge move. The immortals could only hope for Fong Yuan. I got it. Fong Yuan's eyes shined as he spoke. You have a way? Land spirit of Langya immediately called out. Quickly activate the refinement path formation. Use my method to refine these Dalmarks? Fong Yuan quickly replied. In the previous life, after Fong Yuan obtained the refinement path true meaning, he thought of a way to deal with these Dalmarks. That was to make a move when the immortal aperture was being moved. It could be easily resolved. But now that he thought about it, this was a trap. Prince's impatience was already hiding in the surroundings. Once Langya Blessed Land moved, the commotion would be huge. It would definitely be exposed. Prince's impatience and the other celestial court goo immortals would attack. Fong Yuan's method was to use the refinement path formation, a large number of rank 8 immortal materials, and refinement water to forcefully refine these harmful Dalmarks. He did not think of this method in the previous life because when he deduced, he did not know about the existence of the refinement path formation and refinement water. By the time he knew, the battle was already over. He had stolen fixed immortal travel, and longevity heaven had arrived. Fong Yuan had no choice but to escape. Land spirit of Langya was suppressed by Fong Yuan to begin with. After obtaining Fong Yuan's method, he did not hesitate, immediately activating the refinement path formation to deal with these harmful Dalmarks. Rank 8 immortal materials were thrown into the formation. The variant human goo immortals had strange expressions, while the hairy man goo immortals' faces twitched. So many rank 8 immortal materials. This is immense wealth. Langya Blessed Land's foundation is actually so deep. This is simply the cheapest cabbage in the market. It is unimaginable. Land spirit of Langya also felt a heartache. Elder Fong Yuan, Langya Blessed Land had accumulated these with great difficulty. Your refinement method is too crude. There is room for improvement. Maybe we can delay it for a while and refine this method. We can save a lot of immortal materials. No, trust me, we are in a dangerous situation. Even though the enemies are gone, we are not safe yet. We need to use every second we have. Fong Yuan did not say anything about the prince's impatience, because this was his guess. There was no proof. But land spirit of Langya was already suppressed by Fong Yuan. He only followed Fong Yuan's lead. Fong Yuan's words sounded like suggestions and advice, but they were orders to him. He had to carry them out. All right, I will listen to you. Land spirit of Langya's reply was very direct. Fong Yuan's expression was grim. You guys can refine these harmful Dalmarks. No matter how much refinement water you use, you don't need to feel sorry for it. I will enter the secret room and use wisdom path methods to block the celestial court. No one can disturb me. Whoever dares to disturb me is a spy in the celestial court. They will be killed without mercy. Fong Yuan's gaze was filled with killing intent as he looked around. The other goo immortals felt a chill in their hearts. After giving a stern warning, he quickly flew into his cloud city and entered the secret room. Celestial Court, Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her body was emitting intense purple light. This purple light filled the entire hall. It was vast like smoke, but also like surging tides. It had a grand aura. Fong Yuan's attack was soon detected by Fairy Myrtle. She frowned slightly before smiling coldly. You want to stop me? Star Constellation Chessboard. She immediately summoned Star Constellation Chessboard. Not long ago, Feng Joga suddenly returned to the Celestial Court with heavy injuries, as well as the most precious information. After Fairy Myrtle learned about it, she knew that the Dark Spiral method was exposed. there was little hope of using it again. She settled for the next best thing, using the harmful Dao marks inside to deduce Langya Blessed Land's location in Loosetail Ridge. I have not lost this battle yet. Fairy Myrtle held back her anger. Chan Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch were most likely dead. Feng Jiaga was on the verge of death. He was unconscious. Fairy Myrtle was in charge of this battle. She had a huge responsibility. She wanted to make up for her mistake. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven took action. It had great strength and came from Giant Sun Immortal. Celestial Court lost. Fairy Myrtle did not have such a huge reaction. But now, she lost to Feng Yuan and the variant Human Goo Immortals. Be it Feng Yuan or the variant Human Goo Immortals, the proud Celestial Court Goo Immortals could not accept such a humiliating defeat. Like Feng Yuan had guessed, Fairy Myrtle was completely enraged. She tried to deduce with all her strength. Ignoring the huge repercussions, she wanted to turn the situation around. Star Constellation Chessboard was a rank 8 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo house. It was a huge help. Fairy Myrtle quickly suppressed Feng Yuan. Her deduction speed continued to rise. In the previous life, even though Fairy Myrtle had such a method, Longevity Heaven had taken over Langya Blessed Land. Even if she used it, it was useless. But in this life, Feng Yuan won. Longevity Heaven did not appear. Fairy Myrtle still had a lot of hope. And Feng Jiaga had used Fate Armor Immortal Goo. Even though it was only for a short period of time, it was an important clue. Fairy Myrtle was very confident in deducing Langya Blessed Land's location and defeating Feng Yuan from afar. Oh no! Feng Yuan felt like there was a huge mountain pressing on his heart. Fate Armor Immortal Goo's activation gave Fairy Myrtle the fatal weakness of Langya Blessed Land. Fairy Myrtle used this to prevent Feng Yuan from seeing any hope of stopping it. Even though I have many Wisdom Path methods, I do not have many high-level ones. Even though he had rank 9 Wisdom Goo, Feng Yuan could only rely on the light of wisdom. He had rank 8 Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo, but Feng Yuan did not have rank 8 Immortal Essence. He had Attitude Goo, but in this short period of time, how could Feng Yuan create a Wisdom Path method that used Attitude Goo as the core to resist Fairy Myrtle? Chapter 1776. Celestial Court. Central Great Hall. Purple light spread, surging and surging. Suddenly, the light turned sluggish. It was like a flowing river being blocked by a dam. Fairy Myrtle gasped in surprise, opening her eyes. Her deductions were progressing. Success was in sight. But suddenly, there was a huge resistance. This was not normal. It was like she was pushing a wooden door earlier. The wooden door was already shaking. There was hope of pushing it open. Once it was pushed open, Fairy Myrtle would know the precise location of Langya Blessed Land. But now, this wooden door had suddenly turned into a heavy iron door. What is going on? Earlier, Feng Yuan clearly tried to stop me, but his Wisdom Path methods were not high enough. I could not resist him. But it suddenly worked. This method, wait, I understand. He annexed Langya Blessed Land. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light. She thought of the answer. Fairy Myrtle had difficulty deducing Feng Yuan's location earlier. When Feng Yuan obtained the killer move Yama Emperor, there was even less hope of success. As long as Feng Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, it would become a part of the sovereign immortal aperture. Fairy Myrtle deduced Langya Blessed Land's location. Wasn't that the same as deducing Feng Yuan's location? Thus, Fairy Myrtle's deductions were all blocked by Feng Yuan's Yama Emperor. Feng Yuan's Yama Emperor killer move borrowed the power of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance. Rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment. Thus, Fairy Myrtle felt a huge obstruction. Fairy Myrtle's thoughts flashed. Her hands continued to move as she used several Wisdom Path methods. After some probing, Fairy Myrtle confirmed, "This reaction is the same as when I deduced Feng Yuan. It seems he really annexed Langya Blessed Land. To annex a rank 7 Blessed Land, he needs Grandmaster Attainment level. Feng Yuan's refinement path has also reached the Grandmaster realm?" Fairy Myrtle realized that she had once again underestimated Feng Yuan. Her expression was gloomy. A small immortal aperture can only swallow a big one. What is Feng Yuan's immortal aperture? How could it swallow such a huge Langya Blessed Land? Fairy Myrtle still did not know the secret of the sovereign immortal aperture. She was inwardly shocked. Feng Yuan's foundation was already unfathomable. Damn it, Feng Yuan obtained the Langya-blessed land, and his foundation has skyrocketed. What were these variant human goo immortals doing? He actually let Feng Yuan swallow up his family's assets? These idiots. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in anger. The variant human goo immortals like the hairy men were too disappointing. Wait, I'm afraid this is also Feng Yuan's plan. He is using these variant human goo immortals to deal with my celestial court. At the same time, he is using celestial court to weaken these variant human goo immortals. After the battle, these variant human goo immortals must have suffered heavy casualties. Thus, Feng Yuan forcefully annexed them. Who knows, he might even be using the crisis of my forceful deduction to deceive these variant human goo immortals into agreeing. Fairy Myrtle thought of many things at this moment. Feng Yuan had left a deep impression on her as a despicable and sinister person. It was not an exaggeration to think of Feng Yuan as a bad person. Fairy Myrtle felt very depressed. She felt that this attack on Langya-blessed land was very likely to help Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, I will not let you succeed. Prince's impatience. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were filled with anger. She immediately contacted Prince's Impatience, who was far away in northern plains. Prince's Impatience had already received orders to hide in Loose Tail Ridge. His original plan was to cooperate with Celestial Court's goo immortals to attack Langya-blessed land if there was a chance. Or when northern plains goo immortals sensed it, he would appear and stall for time. Prince's Impatience, Feng Yuan might appear. Quickly investigate and stall the target if you find him. Fairy Myrtle ordered. Understood. Prince's Impatience suddenly changed the topic. Wait, I found him. You need to be very careful alone. Fairy Myrtle quickly reminded him. Feng Yuan is crafty and sinister. The theft path immortal goo method might be from Langya's sect. It might also be his. I have already sent goo immortals to infiltrate northern plains and reinforce you. But for the time being, you will not have any helpers. Prince's Impatience had a solemn expression. Understood. He was a rank 8 goo immortal. He had to be careful against a rank 7 goo immortal? But he did not feel that it was inappropriate or absurd. He felt that it was natural. Not just Prince's Impatience, Fairy Myrtle, and the Celestial Court's goo immortals were the same. His earlier underestimation only showed his foolishness. Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Chenny died in battle. It proved that this demon Feng Yuan was not ordinary. He could not be judged with common sense. Others could be underestimated, but underestimating Feng Yuan was like going against oneself. He came after all. Feng Yuan flew in the air. He turned around and saw that Prince's Impatience was already closing the distance between them. Annexing Langya-blessed land caused quite a commotion. Feng Yuan's main body was exposed. Prince's Impatience had been hiding nearby. He immediately sensed it and chased after him. Feng Yuan flew forward. He did not want to fight with Prince's Impatience. After the battle earlier, his condition was not at his peak. He had expended a lot of immortal essence. At the same time, he had to be wary of Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Yama Emperor's killer move was stuck to his soul, concealing his traces and expending his soul foundation. Feng Yuan, where are you going? If you are a man, come back and fight me for 300 rounds. You coward, do you only know how to run? Behind him, Prince's Impatience had an arrogant attitude. He scolded endlessly. But the truth was, Prince's Impatience was very vigilant. He looked arrogant, but he had a good attitude. Feng Yuan smiled coldly. No matter how Prince's Impatience provoked him, he was indifferent. Even if Feng Yuan was not at his peak, even if he only had rank 7 cultivation level, with reverse flow protection seal, Luo P seal, as well as Heavenly Giant Solar and the Immemorial Rock Dragon, he could fight against Prince's Impatience without being at a disadvantage. But what was the benefit? Fighting against Prince's Impatience, if he was not careful, an accident could happen. After all, this was one of the 10 great fierce lands of northern plains, Loose Tail Ridge. Feng Yuan would expose all sorts of methods and precious information. His immortal essence expenditure would be even greater. Celestial Court's reinforcements might appear during the battle. By then, the situation would have to be reevaluated. The king would not mobilize because of anger, be it righteous path or demonic path. If they could not control their emotions, no matter how great their temporary achievements were, they would still be clowns. I'm here, this is the place. Feng Yuan flew rapidly. When he saw a huge frost pool in the valley ahead, he was overjoyed. Prince's impatience had already attacked. He was behind Feng Yuan, attacking him indiscriminately. The two chased and fled. They quickly approached the frost pool. An astonishing wave was set off in the cold pond, and an immemorial frost serpent appeared. It had a single horn on its head. Its body was over 100 feet long. It was covered in layers of white scales. Once it appeared, the temperature in the surrounding 100 li plummeted. Taigu Hanjiao roared, warning Feng Yuan and Prince's impatience not to approach its territory. Feng Yuan was looking for this Taigu Hanjiao. Back when the land spirit of Langya moved its blessed land from Crescent Lake to Loose Tail Ridge, it did not tell Feng Yuan the exact location. It was a precaution against him. Now that the land spirit of Langya was suppressed by Feng Yuan, Langya blessed land's exact location and the surrounding forces were all under Feng Yuan's control. Taigu Hanjiao's warning was ineffective. Feng Yuan and Prince's impatience were still coming for it. It was furious. Its throat moved as it opened its mouth and breathed out endless frost breath. The frost breath was like a tide made of ice. It was pure white and flawless. Everywhere it went, it flickered with icy light. Feng Yuan activated reverse flow protection seal, his body submerging into the frost aura that filled the sky. Prince's impatience realized the situation was bad. It quickly chased after it. The frost breath covered the sky. It greatly interfered with Prince's impatience's investigative killer move. Feng Yuan had reverse flow protection seal. It could ensure his safety. As the frost breath passed, countless horse carriage-sized ice chunks fell from the sky. Prince's impatience was covered in flames. There was a layer of frost on its face as it floated in the sky. After blocking the frost breath, Prince's impatience did not feel smug. It was angry and anxious instead, because it had lost track of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan has familiar face. He has likely turned into an ice chunk and fell. Prince's impatience knew some important information. It was also very experienced. It immediately thought of the greatest possibility of Feng Yuan's disappearance. But it would not be easy for it to investigate Feng Yuan's true body now, especially when Taigu Hanjiao charged at him just as he was about to move. Stupid beast. Prince's impatience cursed in anger. Taigu Hanjiao had limited intelligence. When Feng Yuan disappeared, it subconsciously thought that Feng Yuan had been killed by it. The only thing left was the burning Prince's impatience. Compared to Feng Yuan's rank 7 aura, Prince's impatience's rank 8 aura was overflowing. It was on the same level as Taigu Hanjiao. In Taigu Hanjiao's eyes, Feng Yuan was insignificant. The true threat was Prince's impatience. Boom, boom, boom. Prince's impatience had no choice but to fight Taigu Hanjiao. At the same time, he used this chance to investigate the ice chunks on the ground. He soon made a discovery. A piece of white ice fell into the cold pool, but it did not float up. Instead, it turned into an ancient Hanjiao and drilled towards the bottom of the cold pool. Feng Yuan, you can't escape. Prince's impatience immediately abandoned Taigu Hanjiao and charged towards the cold pool. Feng Yuan entered the cold pool and drilled downwards. Soon, he saw large numbers of Hanjiao. There were ancient Hanjiao and desolate beast Hanjiao. These were Hanjiao's big clans. These Hanjiao only looked at Feng Yuan curiously. They felt that he was one of them and did not have any desire to attack him. When Prince's impatience charged into the cold pool, his treatment was completely different. Many ancient Hanjiao charged towards him, but were burned into jerky by Prince's impatience. Ancient Hanjiao was in chaos. A small number of them became ferocious and attacked Prince's impatience, while most escaped in all directions. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. He directly mixed in. Feng Yuan, come out if you have the guts. Prince's impatience lost track of Feng Yuan again. It roared in anger in the cold pool. The terrifying sound waves created turbulence in the cold pool. Taigu Hanjiao also roared in sorrow. Its descendants were slaughtered by human Gu immortals in front of it. Their blood dyed the cold pool red. This made it extremely furious. Chapter 1777. Prince's impatience was not willing to tangle with Taigu Hanjiao, so he focused on chasing and harassing Feng Yuan. Prince's impatience swam towards the depths of the cold pool. But soon, a second Taigu Hanjiao rose from the depths of the cold pool, blocking Prince's impatience. There are actually two Taigu Hanjiao hiding in this cold pool? Prince's impatience and Feng Yuan were extremely shocked. Prince's impatience was furious but helpless. He was temporarily trapped. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Thus he entered the bottom of the cold pool and escaped from Prince's impatience's pursuit. He soon discovered to his surprise that there was a secret passage at the bottom of the cold pool that could connect to other places. Feng Yuan entered the secret passage, and after swimming for a while, he arrived at an underground cold pool. This cold pool was calm and vast. There were a large number of Hanjiao living in it. So there is a tribe of such a scale. No wonder there are two Taigu Hanjiao. Oh no, there are three of them. Feng Yuan's eyes brightened. He discovered there was another Taigu Hanjiao here. This Taigu Hanjiao was entrenched at the shore of the cold pool, and when it heard the sounds of battle from above, it became more and more restless. It shook its head and growled. Finally unable to endure it, it dove into the cold pool and quickly went to reinforce its Taigu Hanjiao. Three Taigu Hanjiao. TSK. Feng Yuan sympathized with Prince's impatience. Prince's impatience was in trouble. Of course, Taigu Hanjiao's intelligence could not compare to humans. It could not kill Prince's impatience. It might even die. Prince's impatience had great battle strength, because he had grown up in northern plains, becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal step by step. His battle achievements were outstanding. However, by the time the Prince's impatience got rid of the three Taigu Hanjiao, I would have already escaped. Feng Yuan went ashore and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. He found a lot of Hanjiao eggs on the shore. Each of the Hanjiao eggs was the size of a millstone, and they were densely packed together, numbering in the hundreds and thousands. So Taigu Hanjiao was protecting the egg, so he didn't leave easily. Wait, what's this? Feng Yuan discovered a short stone pillar at the center of the egg. It was grayish-white in color and emitted a cold aura. This is a rank 8 immortal material, moon frost stone? It's such a big piece. It's definitely worth a fortune. Even with Feng Yuan's high standards, he felt a faint sense of joy in his heart. At this point, he finally understood why there were three Taigu Hanjiao in this Hanjiao tribe. He immediately took action, taking away the moon frost stone and the thousands of Hanjiao eggs. My luck suppressed Prince's impatience and this Hanjiao tribe, thus I was chased by them. It was a blessing in disguise. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. Prince's impatience was not Feng Jioge. Without Feng Jioge's luck restraining him, Feng Yuan's luck immediately gained a miraculous effect. Prince's impatience failed to pester Feng Yuan, but instead helped Feng Yuan. Without him pestering the three Taigu Hanjiao, Feng Yuan would not have the chance to steal such a huge fortune. This was the power of luck path. I really need to thank Prince's impatience for his cooperation. Feng Yuan was secretly happy. He drilled into the ground and used fixed immortal travel to escape. Prince's impatience was still fighting with the three Taigu Hanjiao. Suddenly, the three primeval Frost WIRMS received a message from the other Frost WIRMS, and they knew that their eggs had been stolen. Instantly, they went berserk, and their eyes turned crimson red as they madly breathed frosty air from their mouths. Even the powerful Prince's impatience was almost stunned. They kept resisting and were in a sorry state. What's wrong with these stupid snakes? Why did they suddenly become so ferocious? Prince's impatience felt that it was strange. Sigh. I was delayed by these three beasts for so long. Feng Yuan must have escaped. My mission failed. Prince's impatience sighed inwardly. There was no helping it. Feng Yuan simply did not want to fight him. He was too slippery. Moreover, Feng Yuan had transformation path attainment. In a place like Loose Tail Ridge, Prince's impatience was at a huge disadvantage. Feng Yuan made use of this huge geographical advantage. When Gu immortals fought, they would only look at each other's killer moves, immortal Gu and so on. They were all fools. Elites among Gu immortals were skilled at adapting to the environment. They could deduce each other's thoughts and emotions. Then come back. Fang Yuan is crafty. Your appearance is too coincidental. He might have already deduced your true identity. Fairy Myrtle transmitted. Prince's impatience was silent. He was very unwilling, but Fairy Myrtle was right. He could not underestimate Fang Yuan. When Prince's impatience attacked Fang Yuan, it meant that his identity was exposed. Retreat. Prince's impatience gritted his teeth, flying out of the icy pool. But the three Taigu Han Jiao chased after him relentlessly. What's going on? Are these three stupid snakes crazy? They are chasing me relentlessly. Prince's impatience felt very unlucky. He met with these three beasts. They were unreasonable and kept chasing him. You really think I can't deal with you? Prince's impatience was infuriated. Just as he was about to make a move, the surrounding mountain ridges emitted violent beast roars. Primordial desolate beasts revealed themselves and looked maliciously at Prince Feng Xian. They acknowledged the three Taigu Han Jiao. They had been neighbors for many years. But where did this human goo immortal come from? He actually dared to invade Loosetail Ridge? Prince's impatience's expression turned pale. Loosetail Ridge was one of the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains. Even rank 8 goo immortals had to be very careful when exploring it. I might cause a beast tide. I should retreat first. Prince's impatience's heart sank. He quickly retreated. He was caught off guard. Taigu Han Jiao's frost breath hit him. His body was covered in frost as he shivered. Bam! With a muffled sound, he was hit on the back by an ice ball created by Taigu Han Jiao. He staggered forward. He was in a sorry state. The three Taigu Han Jiao chased after Prince's impatience, but Prince's impatience had a dark expression. He did not dare to retaliate. He took all the attacks head-on as he spat out blood and escaped Loosetail Ridge. 3 days later, the refinement path formation rumbled. The final trace of harmful Dao marks was eliminated. I finally succeeded. Land spirit of Langya sighed. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He was finally safe. These 3 days, Fairy Myrtle had been making deductions. Fang Yuan felt a lot of pressure. Yama Emperor's killer move was very loyal, but it expended Fang Yuan's soul foundation. Compared to the previous life, my soul foundation has fallen greatly. To refine these harmful Dao marks, I lost a lot of rank 8 immortal materials. But compared to my gains, these losses are nothing. Fang Yuan evaluated this battle. Only when the harmful Dao marks were completely gone and Fairy Myrtle had nothing else to rely on, did this siege of Langya blessed land come to an end. Undeniably, Fang Yuan obtained a huge victory in this battle. His gains were huge. He was very satisfied. Basically, the entire battle was under his control. He did not deviate from his plans. This was the advantage of rebirth. Spring-Autumn Cicada's power was undeniable. Of course, without the support of Fang Yuan's own strength, no matter how many times a mortal was reborn, they could not change the overall situation. In essence, Spring-Autumn Cicada was a support-type goo. How much it could change after rebirth depended on the goo immortal's scheming and practical ability. But during this process, there were some accidents. For example, Feng Jioga used the killer move Karma Relocation to easily leave the battlefield. There was also another ability of harmful Dao marks. Fairy Myrtle gave up on the dark spiral and directly deduced Langya Blessed Land's location. I was caught off guard. This was information that Fang Yuan did not reveal in his previous life. Rebirth once could not let Fang Yuan see all of the enemy's trump cards. Especially when facing the Celestial Court, their foundation was too deep. Rebirth had an advantage, but it was not absolute. The enemy was not a fool. If you changed and became different from your previous life, the enemy would also quickly adjust and react differently. Fairy Myrtle forcefully deduced Langya Blessed Land, as well as the prince's impatience. Cooperation in the pursuit were clear proof. These were things that Fang Yuan had not experienced in his previous life. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had also considered this point. Thus, he chose to resist the Celestial Court and did not plot against Longevity Heaven. In his previous life, the land spirit of Langya could not win against them. It asked for help from Longevity Heaven, causing the Celestial Court to fail and Fang Yuan to escape. After Fang Yuan suppressed the land spirit of Langya, there was a very tempting choice in front of him. That was to make use of the previous agreement and purposely make the land spirit of Langya send help to longevity heaven. Then, using Langya blessed land as the battlefield, he would let the Gu immortals of longevity heaven and celestial court fight to the death, and finally, Feng Yuan would strike at the right time and reap the benefits. But Feng Yuan thought about it and rejected this plan. It was too risky. Even though if the scheme succeeded, the benefits would be shocking. But the risk was too huge. Feng Yuan could not bear it. Don't forget, spring-autumn cicada was still recovering. It could not be used now. Never underestimate your opponents. Be it longevity heaven or celestial court, these rank 8 experts were all shrewd and had deep foundations. If they were not careful, they would make a different choice from the previous life. They had too many methods. Changes would cause changes, and the bigger the change, the more unrecognizable it would be. Feng Yuan's strength was not enough. He could not control the situation in this battle. Thus, Feng Yuan chose to rely on himself to resist celestial court. This way, there would be fewer variables, and he could control the situation. Even though some accidents happened, they were harmless. Feng Yuan obtained complete victory in the end. Everything in Langya sect belonged to Feng Yuan. Right now, the 3 hairy man continents were placed in mini Eastern Sea by Feng Yuan. The refinement water used up a lot of energy. It was collected by Feng Yuan to form a small refinement sea that was moved to the westernmost part of mini Eastern Sea, near mini Central Continent. Langya Blessed Land's cloud cover continent was moved to mini White Heaven by Feng Yuan. Langya sect's damaged Immortal Gu House refinement cauldron was taken away by Feng Yuan. He wanted to modify Great Thief Ghost Hand. The refinement path formation was left on cloud cover continent. Luck Path Self-Luck True Inheritance, Thieving Heaven and Steel Life True Inheritance, Long Hair Refinement Path True Inheritance. Feng Yuan would continue researching them in the future. 3 days have passed. I wonder what those variant human Gu immortals are thinking. Land Spirit of Langya controlled the long hair refinement path formation to calm down as he said. Chapter 1778. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini White Heaven, Cloud Cover Continent. What? You haven't decided yet? Feng Yuan's rank 6-time path clone represented his main body. He came to meet the variant human Gu immortals who had survived the battle. Among these variant human Gu immortals, there were Snowman Gu immortal Bing Yuan, Rockman Gu immortal Shi Zong and Shi Chung, as well as Inkman Gu immortal Mo Qi. Because of Feng Yuan's scheme, only these 4 variant human Gu immortals were left. 3 days ago, after Feng Yuan got rid of Prince's Impatience's pestering, he asked these 4 Gu immortals to consider it carefully. He suggested that they join Langya's sect and gave them 3 days to think about it. Now, 3 days had passed. Feng Yuan's time path clone and land spirit of Langya came together. Bing Yuan and the rest looked at each other. They did not speak. They had difficult expressions. Feng Yuan's time path clone snorted coldly in his heart, but he showed a warm smile on his face. He said warmly, "Everyone, if you have any thoughts, you can say them directly. We are all allies. We are family. Even though I am a rank 8 Gu immortal now, my attitude towards you will not change." Feng Yuan used both the carrot and the stick. He pointed out the fact that he was a rank 8. He smiled sincerely, but his words were deep and profound. The 4 variant human Gu immortals heard this, and their expressions turned even uglier. Feng Yuan had put up the 3 rib bones of Thunder Ghost True Monarch for sale earlier. His reputation had already risen. The variant humans valued him highly. Right now, he was in charge of the situation. He had just repelled the invasion of Celestial Court. He even killed 2 rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court in front of the variant human Gu immortals. Feng Yuan's reputation had risen by hundreds of times. In the hearts of the variant human Gu immortals, he was like a towering mountain. His words before and after the battle were 2 completely different concepts. Every word was like a heavy mountain pressing down on the 4 variant human Gu immortals' hearts. Seeing that the 4 immortals were silent, Feng Yuan smiled. "I am thinking for your sake. Now that you're participating in the defense, Feng Zhouge has already escaped and the intelligence has been leaked. According to the Celestial Court's wisdom path attainment, they can definitely deduce your location. Staying here with me is the best choice for you." The 4 variant human Gu immortals looked at each other with bitter expressions. Feng Yuan was right. However, Once they joined the Langya sect, they would lose their freedom. This was completely different from the alliance of equals from before. Who would want to lose their freedom? Fang Yuan kept saying that he wanted to join the Langya sect. The 4 variant human goo immortals understood. Right now, the whole of Langya sect was annexed by Fang Yuan. Joining Langya sect was just a cover-up. The essence was to join Fang Yuan and become his subordinate. It was fine if Fang Yuan was a hairy man. Most importantly, he was a human goo immortal. The 4 variant human goo immortals were naturally not willing to submit to a human goo immortal. However, the current situation was very delicate, and the situation was pressing. If they did not agree to Fang Yuan, the consequences would be dire. The smile on Fang Yuan's clone's face faded. He said plainly, "Everyone, you are thinking too much. If I really want to harm you, I can just kill you directly. What strength do you have left to resist?" Fang Yuan's words were very direct. The 4 variant human goo immortals' expressions changed. They could not refute Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan's battle strength was definitely at rank 8 level, together with Heavenly Giant Solar, even if the Rockman tribe had one immemorial rock dragon left. So what? Fang Yuan's gaze swept around as he continued. Even though I am a human demonic path goo immortal, I had no other choice. The Celestial Court wants to kill me. What else can I do other than resist? You are all my friends and family. I will not do anything to harm you. After joining the Langya sect, we will be able to unite even more closely. If we split up, the Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven will find trouble with you and weaken us. Fang Yuan's sincere words calmed the 4 variant human goo immortals down. Land Spirit of Langya, however, felt a chill in his heart. Master Fang Yuan makes it sound like he is telling the truth. He tried to harm them earlier. If not for Master, how could so many goo immortals from these 3 races die? If I tell them the truth, I wonder what expression these 4 variant human goo immortals will have? Actually, the 4 variant human goo immortals were not stupid. They were shrewd. They were able to lead their tribes to survive for so many years in the cracks of the human race. It showed their wisdom. They had suspicions and guesses towards Fang Yuan as well, but they kept these suspicions to themselves. They would not show it outside. The current Fang Yuan was simply too powerful. He had shocking battle strength and rank 8 cultivation level. He could roam the 5 regions unhindered. Even the Celestial Court was defeated. It would be even more difficult for anyone to punish him. Duke Long was an exception. There was no need to mention him. Facing such a Fang Yuan, the variant human goo immortals felt fear, but also a trace of reliance. If we join Fang Yuan, it should be more stable than before, right? The 4 variant human goo immortals had such thoughts. It was just that the extent of their thoughts differed. As the saying went, a large tree was the best shade. Joining other human goo immortals was too dangerous. But joining a person like Fang Yuan was also possible. If they knew that Fang Yuan was going to attack Central Continent and the Celestial Court in the future, who knew how they would feel? Since Lord Fang Yuan is inviting us so warmly, my snowman tribe believes in your sincerity, we will move our entire tribe and join Langya sect. After a moment of silence, the first to agree was the snowman goo immortal being Yuan. This rank 7 goo immortal was the great-grandmother of Fang Yuan's fiancé, Shui. With this relationship, she was closer to Fang Yuan in terms of status. She was the first to agree. With Bing Yuan breaking the deadlock, the other 3 goo immortals quickly lowered their heads and agreed to join Fang Yuan as members of Langya sect. This was similar to the previous life. These variant human goo immortals joined Langya sect. But in the previous life, Longevity Heaven forced them. They agreed without hesitation. But in this life, it was Fang Yuan who forced them. They thought about it for 3 days before agreeing. The leaders of the 3 variant humans agreed. Next, Fang Yuan's main body would go to the northern icy plain and Inkman City. He would exterminate the remaining variant humans there. Oh, no. He would rescue them into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the next day. At the northern end of Kokitahara, a male and female goo immortal were floating in the sky, looking down at the ground. The male immortal had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were dark and eerie. He had an extraordinary aura and majesty. It was Fang Yuan's split soul that had entered his previous body, forming a rank 6 time path clone. The female immortal was young and beautiful. She was tall and slender. She had blue eyes and hair. Her skin was smooth and jade-like. She had an exotic aura. She was a Gu immortal of the Snowman tribe, Fang Yuan's fiancée in name, Shui-Er. Shui-Er, my main body is not here yet. I can only use my clone to accompany you. You won't blame me, right? Fang Yuan's time path clone said apologetically and warmly. Shui-Er blinked her large eyes, quickly saying, Fang Yuan, don't worry. Shui-Er is not a girl who does not know the severity of the situation. With your clone accompanying me, Shui-Er is already content. Shui-Er lowered her attitude. Even though Fang Yuan's time path clone had the same cultivation level as her, rank 6, Fang Yuan's main body was a rank 8 Gu immortal. And now, the entire Snowman tribe was living in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Even her great-grandmother, Bing Yuan, had joined Fang Yuan. The time path clone saw Shui-Er's attitude and nodded in satisfaction. Shui-Er asked, But I wonder, why did you bring Shui-Er here? Ha ha ha, I brought a gift for you. Shui-Er, take a look below. Fang Yuan's time path clone said as he waved his hand. The icy mist spreading below immediately surged, revealing the mountain and the formation. Shui-Er's lips opened slightly, showing a shocked expression. Ah, this is the snow crystal formation. It uses an ice path crystal essence and a large number of ice and snow path goo worms to construct it. From now on, your snowman tribe will live here. Fang Yuan explained the benefits of this formation. The snow crystal formation had a huge range, covering an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. It used the frost energy that the ice path crystal essence breathed out to cover every inch of the surrounding area, changing the environment and creating an environment suitable for the snowmen to live in. At the same time, it would produce snow monsters that coexisted with the snowmen, training each other. Shui-Er, you and I are engaged. The Snowman tribe is closer to me than the other 3 tribes. These last days, I have been thinking about how to make arrangements for our people. I thought about it and used all my strength to make deductions. I finally thought of this snow crystal formation. With this formation, our Snowman tribe will have an excellent environment to live in. Saying so, the time path clone looked at Shui-Er with a gentle gaze. Shui-Er was overjoyed. Her eyes were shining. Fang Yuan, you really put in a lot of effort. This is out of Shui-Er's expectations. To speak the truth, yesterday, great-grandmother was still worried about how to make arrangements for our snowman tribe. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, taking the chance to hug Shui-Er's shoulder. Shui-Er's body froze. This was the first time she had done such an intimate action. Fang Yuan spoke again. Shui-Er, from now on, you will be the owner of this formation. You will take care of our tribe. My sovereign immortal aperture does not have many things, but it has a lot of space. Let's develop. The more snowman tribe there is, the better. We will strive to be on par with the hairy man tribe. Shui-Er heard this and her eyes turned red. She said with a choked voice, Fang Yuan, thank you so much. I had never thought that the snowmen would one day be able to develop so openly on the surface of the earth. I won't let you down. Great-grandmother and Lord Bingzhua will definitely be very excited and happy when they hear your arrangements. Fang Yuan took the chance to hug Shui-Er. This time, Shui-Er's body did not stiffen. She obediently leaned on Fang Yuan's chest. Her face was red. Fang Yuan said with deep emotions, Actually, people have many misunderstandings about me. They say that I am despicable, shameless, cold, and emotionless. But the truth is that they covet my immortal goo and my rebirth memories. They first put the blame on me before extorting and robbing me on the pretext of righteousness. My experience is very similar to the Snowman tribe, so I deeply sympathize with them. I also understand you. Sigh, actually, I have not done well enough. The snow crystal formation lacks some ice and snow path immortal goo. It is not strong. At the same time, there is only one ice path crystal essence inside. If I can get more in the future, I will definitely replenish them here. Fang Yuan's words made Shui-Er feel a sweet happiness. She said without hesitation, Fang Yuan, don't worry. Our snowman tribe has 2 ice path crystal essences in our storage. If great-grandmother hears about this, she will definitely use immortal goo to build our homeland. Oh, that would be great. Fong Yuan pretended to be pleasantly surprised as he laughed. Chapter 1779. The blue sky was clear and the white clouds were like snow. On the grassland of autumn, the wind was howling. Under the sunlight, the grassland undulated, creating waves of golden waves. Under the protection of these waves, there was a huge pitch-black city. If one looked from a bird's-eye view, this city had a grand layout and strict structure. The outer city walls seemed to be made of huge rocks. They were pitch-black like ink. The surface of the rocks was weathered by the wind and rain. They were engraved with the vicissitudes of time. The entire city wall was in the shape of a hexagon. It stood majestically on the grassland. The perimeter of the city wall was over 100 li. It was over 100 feet tall and several feet thick. It was grand and tall. When ordinary people stood on the grassland, they could see a huge, pitch-black beast crawling in the lush grassland from far away. When standing close, they would have to look up at the tall city wall and the huge city gate. At every corner of the city wall, there were towers. There were countless holes for shooting arrows. Every few li, there was a wide path for horses to climb the city. In the city wall, there were also hidden weapon storage caves. To mortals, just the city wall was impregnable. During the imperial court contest in northern plains, this majestic city wall had blocked the Gu master armies over 10 times. It had never collapsed. After crossing the city wall, it was the bustling world inside the city. In this city, there were over 800,000 people, all kinds of Gu masters. The streets in the city were crisscrossed. There were many shops, palaces, and houses. There was an endless flow of people and carriages. The city was bustling with noise and bustling. A special situation was, the Inkmen were the majority of the city's population. Walking on the streets and alleys, there were very few humans. Inkmen could be seen everywhere. This was a city that belonged to the Inkmen. In northern plains and even the 5 regions, it was unique. This was Inkman City. Rumble. A loud sound could be heard, followed by an intense earthquake. The peace and order of the city was broken. What is going on? Is the earth cracking? In recent years, there have been rumors that the earth will crack open and form a huge trench that can reach the earth's core. Save me, Mother. For a time, the city was in chaos. Countless mortals ran about in panic, and they were like chickens flying and dogs jumping about. Smoke and dust rose. Most of the buildings and city walls of Inkman City emitted a halo of light. Then, the Inkman City slowly rose into the sky and actually ascended into the sky. Oh my God! The Inkman City is flying? Could it be that the rumors are true? This Inkman City is actually a mortal Gu house? Oh my God! Such a large mortal Gu house is simply unheard of. The mortals were extremely shocked and aghast. Right at this time, an immortal killer move flew out, scattering into green light that covered the whole of Inkman City. Sleep, sleep for a while. Fong Yuan smiled faintly as he floated in the clouds. Beside him stood a male Inkman immortal. He was the Inkman City Lord, the king of Northern Plains Inkmen, rank 6 Gu immortal Emo Tan Sang. He was also one of the only 2 Gu immortals in Inkman City. Under Fong Yuan's wisdom path immortal move, the mortals of Inkman City fell into a deep slumber. The entire city became quiet. Inkman City shrunk, and after a while, it entered Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. This Inkman City has over 800,000 people. It was created by the legendary Inkman Gu immortal Yin back then and has been developing to this day. Central Continent has the number 1 human city, Emperor City. My Inkman City is equivalent to half of Emperor City. Fong Yuan recruited the Inkman Gu immortals. He naturally would not let go of the greatest foundation of the Inkmen. From today onwards, you are still the Inkman City Lord. Do your best to develop and nurture more Inkman Gu immortals. My sovereign immortal aperture has enough space for you to display your talents. Fong Yuan smiled as he said to Emo Tan Sang. Emo Tan Sang had an excited expression as he knelt down towards Fong Yuan. Emo Tan Sang is willing to assist Lord Fong Yuan with all my strength. I will do my best to govern Inkman City. You can go in too. Fong Yuan smiled lightly. Emo Tan Sang obediently entered Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. He followed Inkman City and directly landed in mini Western Desert. Fang Yuan had already chosen the location. After Inkman City landed, the dust gradually dissipated as the sleeping crowd started to wake up. Emotan Sang methodically issued orders. He took charge of the situation and maintained the stability of Inkman City. Emotan Sang's emotions were actually very complex. But when facing Fang Yuan, he did not dare to show the slightest bit of arrogance. Emotan Sang had been in contact with Fang Yuan for a long time. At that time, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level. Emotan Sang even tried to curry favor with Tai Bai Yunsheng. He gave the latter the 9 Cloud Ring Mortal Killer move to befriend him. Right now, Tai Bai Yunsheng was no longer in this world. While Fang Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level, with terrifying battle strength and impressive battle achievements, he could not even muster the slightest bit of resistance. When Fang Yuan came to take over Inkman City, Emotan Sang was informed in advance. He actively cooperated throughout the process. Fang Yuan smiled internally. Emotan Sang is a talent. I remember that in the 500 years of my previous life, this person led Inkman City. He nurtured many Inkman Gu immortals and cooperated with Ma Hongyuan on equal terms. Using the 5 regions chaotic war, not only did he raise his cultivation level, he even expanded the Inkman cities to hundreds of locations in northern plains. With him in charge of Inkman City, and with no hostile forces in mini Western Desert, his future development is bright. Emotan Sang was a very talented leader. Not only did he have unique foresight, he was decisive and daring. He could also adapt to circumstances. He could not be underestimated. As long as he was given a slight chance, he could make a comeback and even create a miracle. In other words, he was a smaller version of Wu Yong. But because of his variant human identity, he did not have a good cultivation environment. He had always been in a difficult situation. As long as he was given a platform, his development would not be like this. Fang Yuan was not worried about his growth. He was happy to see it happen. This was the magnanimity of an expert. It was also Fang Yuan's confidence. No matter how much Emotan Sang grew, Fang Yuan was confident that he could control him and make him work for him. Actually, there were many risks involved in relocating Inkman City. Celestial Court might set up an ambush. Or rather, Fairy Myrtle deduced that the participating Inkman Gu immortals came from Inkman City. She would definitely think that Fang Yuan would make a move against Inkman City. This way, even if Celestial Court did not make a move, as long as Fairy Myrtle informed Longevity Heaven of this news, Longevity Heaven would make a move against Fang Yuan. He would be in big trouble. But fortunately, Fang Yuan obtained Inkman City. Everything went smoothly without any problems. Fang Yuan's main body quickly retreated, while his time path clone remained beside Land Spirit of Langya. The long hair refinement path formation was operating. Land Spirit of Langya personally controlled the formation, reporting to Fang Yuan's clone. In another month, the seal on Lang Ya's origin core will be completely removed. Fang Yuan's clone nodded slightly, inspecting the formation. Every immortal aperture, be it Blessed Land or Winter, would have an immortal aperture origin core. The immortal aperture origin core was the foundation of an immortal aperture. Developing the immortal aperture and annexing other immortal apertures would strengthen the immortal aperture origin core. If the immortal aperture origin core was damaged or extracted, the immortal aperture that was developed with great difficulty would regress, the space would shrink, the primeval energy would thin, and all living beings would wither. The immortal aperture origin core was like a spirit spring. Gu Immortal's immortal essence was condensed from the immortal aperture origin core. Lang Ya's immortal aperture was originally a rank 8 grotto heaven. The immortal aperture origin core was a milky white lump. After Long Hair Ancestor died, Lang Ya Heavenly Spirit could not resist the rank 8 calamities and tribulations. It spent many years to think of a solution. The Heavenly Spirit used a refinement path killer move to seal Lang Ya's origin core, causing it to fall by a level, becoming a Vermilion rank 7 origin core. Lang Ya Heavenly Spirit thus fell to Land Spirit of Langya. But precisely because of this, the calamities and tribulations that Lang Ya's immortal aperture faced were all rank 7. Fang Yuan's current rank 8 was only a pseudo-rank 8. The number of Dao marks had increased, but the immortal aperture origin core was still a Vermilion origin core. Only when Lang Ya's origin core was completely unsealed and turned back into a milky white origin core would Fang Yuan absorb it and become a true rank 8 Gu immortal. The immortal aperture would become a grotto heaven and produce rank 8 white lychee immortal essence. This method of sealing the origin core and lowering the immortal aperture's level was very powerful. It had great significance. During peaceful times, most Gu immortals died from calamities and tribulations. For example, Hu immortal died under the blue charm shadow's tribulation, leaving behind Hu immortal blessed land. If this method was used to lower one level, the Gu immortal would be able to face calamities and tribulations calmly. They could even accumulate Dao marks and not be afraid of not being able to keep up with the pace of calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan was very happy after obtaining this method. He praised Land Spirit of Langya. But Land Spirit of Langya told him, "I am only imitating. My main body obtained this method from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, while Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable obtained it from Limitless Demon Venerable's inheritance." The original version of this killer move was a rule path killer move. It was called One Step Back. Later, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable modified it greatly and turned it into a space path killer move called Sea and Sky. I only twisted it into refinement path. It is not an improvement or optimization. It is only a crude imitation. Thus, I did not have the face to change its name. I simply combined the names of the two and called it One Step Back. Sea and Sky are wide open. Fang Yuan heard this and sighed. To think that this method had such a huge origin and had such a long history. Immortal killer move. One Step Back. Sea and Sky are wide open. Evidently, this move was only a supplementary move. It was used to manage the immortal aperture and did not have any offensive power. But it was extremely useful. Its value was so high that it could break through the heavens. If it was leaked, it would benefit the entire Gu immortal world. The number of Gu immortals would increase by several times, or even dozens of times. From this aspect, Fang Yuan could see the talent and strength of Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. With this method, Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could easily pass their tribulations and accumulate Dao marks. This method had already broken the normal state of Gu immortal cultivation. It swept away the pressure of calamities and tribulations and the situation of Gu immortals running for their lives. They could do it with ease and ease. Then Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable can accumulate rank 9 Dao marks before becoming venerable. Fang Yuan said this back then. Chapter 1780. Land Spirit of Langya side, continuing. Every venerable is an invincible person. They have shocking talent and talent. We cannot use common sense to judge them. This kind of underestimation is foolish to us. It is an insult to them. Fang Yuan nodded. He could not help but recall the battle in his previous life. Every venerable could easily change the situation. They could overturn all of the Gu immortals' hard work. Think about how strong Duke Long was, but against a venerable's method, he could not resist at all. In terms of Dao marks, the difference between rank 8 and rank 9 is not that huge. But the truth is, the gap between rank 8 and rank 9 Gu immortals is so huge that it makes one feel despair. This is because people are different. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all living beings. There are no invincible Gu worms or killer moves, only invincible people. Think about Limitless Demon Venerable. He had rank 8 Dao marks when he was rank 6, then when he became rank 9. How many Dao marks would he have? Fang Yuan felt that he could not estimate it. All cultivation conventions and common sense were not applicable to venerables. Red Lotus Demon Venerable could revive infinitely. Limitless Demon Venerable had a shocking number of Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could influence history with her schemes. These venerables were unfathomable. At least for now, that was the situation for Fang Yuan. In fact, in the battle to defend Langya, Fang Yuan killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Chen Yi. He snatched Feng Juga's fixed immortal travel. But what was the greatest result of the battle? It was a method that used up Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Karma Relocation Killer move. In the previous life, Chen Yi relied on this move to defend infallible blessed land to gain some time. Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and Bing Sichuan were forced to stop. They lost the final chance to turn the situation around. Now that I used up karma relocation, who knows how many methods these venerables have left? Maybe because of my rebirth, more venerable methods will be activated. Just by relying on the advantage of being reborn and accumulating, I will become even stronger than I was in my previous life. Even so, it's still not safe. Who knows if a venerable one's trick will suddenly appear at the crucial moment. If I want to destroy Fate Goo, I cannot rely on myself. I need to gather some venerable methods to be safe. Feng Yuan continued to devise a plan. A few days later, southern border, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. This used to be the Shadow Sect's camp, which was occupied by Feng Yuan. Afterwards, Southern Border's Gu Immortals joined forces and surrounded this place. Feng Yuan self-detonated a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to form a dream realm. He successfully stalled for time and escaped. Thus, a large number of dream realms were left behind here. Southern Border's Gu Immortals set up a formation here to monitor and research the dream realms. Feng Yuan quietly arrived nearby. He activated a refinement path killer move, causing a drizzle to fall on the Southern Border Gu Immortals formation. The formation was activated to resist the drizzle. Who attacked me? Humph, with this formation, we are impregnable. That's right, anyone who wants to attack this place is delusional. The Southern Border Gu Immortals guarding this place were mainly Yang San Mu, Chichio, and Xia Fan. They immediately became vigilant against the mysterious attack. Soon, they easily discovered Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not have any intention to conceal himself. In fact, after using such an immortal killer move, his aura was constantly surging out. He could not conceal himself. Feng Yuan had only seen Wu Yong, who could perfectly conceal the killer move's aura. However, Feng Yuan still used familiar face to change his appearance. If he showed his true appearance, wouldn't the Gu Immortals guarding this place be terrified? A rank 7 Gu Immortal. But I don't know who he is. His aura belongs to Southern Border. He should be a secluded Gu Immortal. Inside the formation, Xia Fan could not discern Feng Yuan's true appearance. He guessed. Right now, Lang Ye's origin core had been completely unsealed and annexed by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had become a true rank 8 Gu Immortal. But he purposely disguised himself as a rank 7 Gu Immortal. His familiar face killer move had been greatly modified towards the end of his previous life. Right now, the Southern Border Gu Immortals could not find out the truth. To prevent the ink effect from getting stronger and to preserve his rebirth advantage, Feng Yuan chose to attack the defensive immortal formation like in his previous life. At the same time, he concealed his rank 8 cultivation level. One was to guard against the Celestial Court. The other was to lure the Southern Border Gu Immortals. According to his previous life's memories, if this continued, the Southern Border Gu Immortals would form groups to pursue Feng Yuan. If Feng Yuan exposed his rank 8 cultivation level, Xiacha would not be the only rank 8 Gu Immortal chasing after him. Feng Yuan had to show weakness to the enemy. The drizzle soon turned into a medium rain that seeped into the formation. Inside the formation, Chichio's expression changed. What refinement path killer move is this? It seems to be able to refine our formation. This cannot go on. Feng Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land. He obtained the long hair refinement path true inheritance and a large number of immortal Gu. Among them were 3 rank 8 immortal Gu, water refinement, advanced refinement, and strong refinement. These 3 immortal Gu were refinement path Gu worms. They had no offensive power when used alone. They were only supplementary. Among them, strong refinement immortal Gu could directly refine other people's immortal Gu. It was the core of the immortal Gu house refinement cauldron, but it was taken away when Shadow Sect invaded. In this battle, the rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also damaged. It fell to rank 7. Rank 8 Advanced Refinement Immortal Gu had always been the core of the long hair refinement path formation, and rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal Gu was hidden inside refinement water. All along, the land spirit of Langya had used this Gu and other supplementary Gu worms to form an immortal killer move, turning the refinement path and water path Dalmarks of Langya Blessed Land into refinement water. The land spirit of Langya's plan was to accumulate the refinement water to a certain extent and form Refinement Sea. Refinement Sea was a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth. Once one became an immortal, they would be able to replenish themselves endlessly. This was a huge plan. It expended a huge amount of refinement path Dalmarks, resources, time, and resources. After Feng Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, he wisely set aside this plan and took out the water refinement immortal goo for his own use. The killer move that Feng Yuan was using used rank 8 water refinement immortal goo as the core. Feng Yuan used many supplementary goo worms to conceal his rank 8 aura, pretending to be rank 7. This was a tactic to show weakness to the enemy. It's fine. How can such a rank 7 killer move break our formation? Chichio said proudly. This formation was created by Chi Clan. As a Chi Clan goo immortal, Chichio had his own pride. He was very confident in his clan's immortal formation. Look, the formation is working on its own. We don't even need to do anything. It can perfectly counter the enemy. This refinement path killer move will fail. Chichio smiled. But soon, Chichio's smile vanished. The formation had already changed several times, but no matter how it changed, it could not do anything to the refinement path killer move. The moderate rain had already turned into heavy rain. As the rain poured, the formation was being corroded severely. Goo immortals reported from time to time. They had anxious expressions and tone, because a large number of mortal goo were being refined by the enemy in the rain. And this formation could only work on its own. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the goo immortals could not control it. This was a lesson that Southern Border's goo immortals learned from the Battle of Etion Mountain. To prevent a spy like Feng Yuan from infiltrating and manipulating the immortal formation, they made this arrangement. Chichio was helpless. He gritted his teeth as he said with a look of disbelief, "How can this be? What refinement path killer move is this? My clan's formation is actually useless against it." Chichio was simply stunned. Normally speaking, refinement path did not have such an advantage over formation path. But Feng Yuan's formation path attainment was extremely high. And most importantly, Feng Yuan was very familiar with this defensive formation. In the previous life, this formation had caused a lot of trouble for Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan coerced and enticed Chichuyu to compromise. Chichuyu became the greatest spy in Southern Border. He told Feng Yuan about the details of this formation. Chichio, this pitiful child, would never have thought that his formation was already transparent. All its details were exposed. And the traitor was his clan's first supreme elder. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated, not to mention that Feng Yuan was using a rank 8 killer move. After a while, the Southern Border goo immortals in the formation were like ants in a hot pot. They were panicking. What do we do? What do we do? The enemy's refinement speed is getting faster. Who is he? With such a killer move, no wonder he has the confidence to attack. The enemy's goo refinement speed is getting faster. We cannot keep up with him. At the final moment, even if we can control the formation on our own, it will be too late. Chichio wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Formation path is truly useless. Xiafan snorted coldly. Chichio glared at him. Xiafan did not care. He looked at Yang Sanmu and suggested, "The urgent matter now is to send goo immortals out of the formation to disrupt the enemy's killer move. We will exchange goo worms and buy time to restore the formation." He was a wisdom path goo immortal. He had the responsibility of making plans. Yang Sanmu nodded. As the leader, he had to stand up at this moment. "Then I will go. You guys will coordinate with me?" Even though Feng Yuan was mysterious, Yang Sanmu was very confident. He was a soul path goo immortal, a famous rank 7 expert in Southern Border. And refinement path's advantage was in refining goo. It was weaker than other paths in other aspects. Xiafan had a joyful expression. "Maybe with Brother Yang's help, we can directly kill the enemy and win the battle." Yang Sanmu glanced at him before flying out of the formation. He approached Feng Yuan. "Let's fight." Ugh. Yang Sanmu was defeated. How can he be so strong? Yang Sanmu was captured. A moment later, the formation was broken by Feng Yuan. Even though the formation had a teleportation ability, Feng Yuan used a refinement path method to refine it. He destroyed the formation's teleportation ability. Chapter 1781. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's defensive formation was destroyed. Southern Border's super forces soon realized this fact. The righteous path was shaken. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's Dream Realm was the largest gathering place of dream realms in southern border other than Etion Mountain. Every path had their own cultivation resources. Dream realms were evidently a unique resource for dream path cultivation. They contained all sorts of profundities of dream path. Immortal Ian's prophecy of 3 Venerables' prophecy was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Gua mortals knew that the future era was the era of dream path. Thus, every superforce placed great importance on dream realms and guarded them strictly. Isn't the sweeping Shadow Grand Formation falling too quickly? Who exactly did this? According to the information of the Gua mortals in the formation and our investigations, there was only one enemy, and he is only a rank 7 Gua mortal. Just a rank 7 Gua mortal could destroy such a formation, and so quickly? This is strange indeed. Do you think that demon Feng Yuan is here again? That's impossible, right? If it was Feng Yuan, why would the Dream Realms and Plunder Shadow Earth Trench remain? He has a method to turn Dream Realms into human form. Different from the previous life, Feng Yuan did not take away the Dream Realms and Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. He purposely left them behind. This action caused Southern Border's righteous path to think wildly. It concealed Feng Yuan's identity well. At once, Southern Border's Gua mortals were guessing who the Gua mortal who destroyed the formation was. Who had the guts to challenge Southern Border's righteous path? Who had such methods to easily destroy a super immortal formation? What was this person's motive? To attack Southern Border's righteous path? To have enmity with the righteous path? Or to have some research on Dream Path and had already used the Dream Realms inside? Among all of Southern Border's righteous path members, the most oppressed one was Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, Qi Chuyu. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's immortal formation had a secret passage. Qi Chuyu had purposely left it behind. To prevent the Dream Realms from being fought over in the future, he had planned ahead and left it behind. On the day that Feng Yuan attacked the formation, he quickly sensed it and hesitated whether to use this secret passage or not. After all, this was his dark thoughts. If he needlessly exposed it, it would damage his reputation in the Southern Border righteous faction. However, when he sensed something amiss and wanted to use the dark path, Feng Yuan's refinement path killer move had already destroyed this ability. Qi Chuyu was gloomy. In his previous life, after Feng Yuan's identity was exposed, he attacked the formation for a long time to no avail. Qi Chuyu made up his mind and had the time to secretly teleport into the formation. But in this life, Feng Yuan had annexed Langya Blessed Land. His strength had increased tremendously. Qi Chuyu did not have enough time to react. In reality, Qi Chuyu had a chance, but he hesitated and didn't grasp it. Of course, even if he were to teleport in front of Feng Yuan through the secret passage, Feng Yuan would not be afraid at all. Soon, Qi Chuyu became even more gloomy. That was because some rumors had started to spread from somewhere. They said that this time, the formation was breached so quickly that the righteous path had no time to send reinforcements. It was because there was a mole in the Qi family. Precisely because this mole leaked the formation's secret, the mysterious Gua mortal was able to successfully take down the formation. This is a rumor. This is slander. My Qi clan will investigate this thoroughly. We will punish the person who spread this rumor. Qi Chuyu reacted quickly. He immediately spoke up and expressed his stance. But the rumors spread even more intensely. There were many versions of the story. Some were clearly nonsense, but some were reasonable. The righteous path Gua mortals became even more suspicious. Qi Chuyu was furious. He had been feeling suffocated for the last few days. These rumors attacked him. His image that he had painstakingly built up was damaged. His reputation fell greatly. How can my Qi clan leak information? The mastermind behind this is truly sinister. Qi Chuyu appeared again and again, making statements. He felt regret in his heart. If he knew this, he would have taken the risk and directly teleported over. Even if that secret passage is exposed and I suffer criticism, I can still capture that mysterious enemy. But I can also capture that mysterious enemy and take him down. Qi Chuyu was very confident in himself, because in his opinion, the other party was a rank 7 Gua mortal. Regarding this guess of his, other than the evidence of the information, Qi Chuyu also had his own way of discerning it. If the enemy was a rank 8, he could have just shown himself. Why would he hide like this and pretend to be mysterious? Some righteous path Gu immortals consoled him, expressing their trust in Qi clan. But there were also some righteous path Gu immortals, like Yang clan, who had never been on good terms with Qi clan, who spoke in an unfriendly tone. It's only human nature to steal what's in charge. Our Yang clan suffered the greatest losses. Yang Sanmu is an expert among rank 7s. He lost too quickly. This is not normal. It's obvious that someone leaked the detailed information. Some Yang clan Gu immortals even asked Qi Chuyu. Since Lord Qi Chuyu claims to be innocent, then the contents of the formation that were exposed in the rumors are all true. How do you explain this? Qi Chuyu was speechless. He was also very puzzled about this. He spoke righteously and firmly. There is no need to explain, because the details of the formation are not only known by my Qi clan. In terms of suspects, any of the participating super clans might be involved. Saying that there was a traitor in Qi clan, this was too big of a scapegoat. Qi Chuyu swore to himself. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not take this responsibility. If there is really a traitor, I will pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I will crush every single bone in his body. Qi Chuyu cursed. He hated the mysterious enemy. He hated the possibility of a traitor in Qi clan even more. The laughable thing was that there really was a traitor in Qi clan, and this traitor was himself. Of course, this was something that happened in Feng Yuan's previous life. Even Qi Chuyu himself did not know about it. In other words, he was in such a predicament because of himself. But no matter how Qi Chuyu tried to defend himself, no matter how he insisted on his stance, the rumors about Qi clan continued to spread and intensify. This situation, it seems that it is not just the enemy who broke the formation, there are likely other southern border forces adding fuel to the fire. Yang clan is definitely involved. Qi Chuyu was very angry. Even with his rank 8 cultivation and formation path Great Grandmaster cultivation level, he was helpless in this situation. In the rules of the righteous path, cultivation level did not mean everything. There is only one way now. We need to capture the culprit. That's right. As long as I capture him and dig out the truth, I will make all of southern border's righteous path shut up. Qi Chuyu almost shouted, "Sigh. Return my innocence. Return my reputation." Chapter 1782. Qi Chuyu was so old. He had to manage Qi clan's affairs. He was very worried. For the arrival of the great era, he even had to nurture a useless inheritor. Honestly speaking, Qi Chuyu did not have it easy. These rumors even caused trouble for him. Qi Chuyu held in his anger and sorrow. He gritted his teeth as he waited for Feng Yuan to jump out again. As the main culprit, Feng Yuan had been living peacefully these last few days. He was very content and peaceful. He was managing his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was the foundation of a Gu immortal. If the immortal aperture was not managed well, no matter how strong the Gu immortal was, they would be rootless. Langya Blessed Land had already been fused into the sovereign immortal aperture. After the origin core was unsealed, Feng Yuan quickly annexed it. Feng Yuan asked the land spirit of Langya to take the lead. He also changed the alliance agreement with all the variant human Gu immortals. The new alliance agreement was very strict and binding. It confirmed Feng Yuan's supreme authority. The other variant human Gu immortals were his subordinates or subordinates. It also stated that all of the variant human immortal apertures would be fused into the sovereign immortal aperture after they were sacrificed. Thus, Feng Yuan's sovereign grotto heaven gained many blessed lands. These blessed lands came from the unlucky children who died at Chen Yi's hands during the Battle of Langya. The hairy man Gu immortals were shocked, but the land spirit of Langya had high prestige. With Sixth Hair's cooperation, they were appeased. The other variant human Gu immortals were even more unwilling, but Feng Yuan's strength was too high. They could not resist. They could only endure it. Of course, Feng Yuan was a scheming person. When he played political tricks, he was not inferior to Wu Yong. He also stipulated in the alliance agreement that he would nurture the variant humans with all his strength. He would not be biased. When the alliance agreement took effect, he gave these variant human Gu immortals a lot of benefits. Furthermore, he secretly brought a portion of the variant human Gu immortals to the Stone Lotus Island. to let them experience future self and broaden their horizons. The variant human Gu immortals were extremely shocked. They knew now that behind Feng Yuan was the most mysterious Red Lotus demon Venerable in history. This time, they didn't even have the slightest intention of rebelling. Of course, Feng Yuan did not allow Shui, Bingzhua, and the others to enjoy their future lives. According to the ink effect, Feng Yuan had already killed them in his previous life. They did not exist in the lower reaches of the river of time, so they had no future. It was easy to deceive them, Feng Yuan told them directly. The Stone Lotus Island had a limit. Future self needed to continue accumulating and preparing. In any case, according to the covenant, they had to be sincere to Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan could keep his secrets. This was, of course, unfair. But under Feng Yuan's carrot-and-stick tactics, these variant human Gu immortals could only submit. In fact, Feng Yuan really wanted to develop these mutants. There were three main reasons. Firstly, the more variant humans there were, the more lifespan Gu would be produced. On this point, it was not too early for Feng Yuan to plan ahead. Secondly, Feng Yuan began to attempt to comprehend the human path. Raising more humans and mutants would be of great help to his understanding of human Tao. Thirdly, it had to do with the racial inheritances of the variant humans. Back then, human immortal venerables and demon venerables appeared one after another. They suppressed and slaughtered the 10 great variant human races. The variant humans had a bleak future. They were filled with despair. The variant humans realized that the situation was bad. They worked together to set up their racial inheritances. They buried the essence of their race's treasures. They left it to their descendants. They also left a trace of hope. According to the understanding of the variant humans, Fate Gu belonged to the heavenly Tao. It took away surpluses and replenished deficits. They accepted human path will prevail, but it could not always be human path will prevail. The variant humans' understanding was not wrong, but they did not expect star constellation Immortal Venerable to be so shameless. She directly merged with the Tao. As a result, the human race always prevailed, while the variant humans were dumbfounded and suppressed. However, this was very beneficial to Feng Yuan. According to the information that Land Spirit of Langya revealed, when the number of variant human races and Gu immortals reaches a certain number, these racial inheritances will appear and be given to the variant humans, helping them to rise up and grow stronger. In history, the variant humans had never risen up, so most of these racial inheritances were preserved. According to the Land Spirit of Langya's guess, one of the hairy men's racial inheritances was Infallible Blessed Land. Infallible Blessed Land was on Hairy Foot Mountain, but even though the Celestial Court found it, it was extremely difficult to take it down. Even the Celestial Court, which had deep foundations and countless talents, could not do anything to Infallible Blessed Land. Eventually, they relied on human path methods and found another way to take some of Infallible Blessed Land's wealth. But none of the Celestial Court Gu immortals could truly step into this sealed Blessed Land. No one knew what it was like inside Infallible Paradise. In the previous life, even though Feng Yuan destroyed Hairy Foot Mountain, Infallible Blessed Land was still intact. All of this showed how mystical and profound Infallible Blessed Land was. It could also be seen how mysterious and extraordinary the racial inheritances of the variant humans were. This was also the reason why, even though Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel and modified the killer moves, he had not gone to Hairy Foot Mountain yet. According to his previous life's memories, at this time, the Celestial Court had not set up the 9 consecutive unceasing formation on Hairy Foot Mountain. But even so, Feng Yuan could not do anything to Infallible Blessed Land, even if he used fixed immortal travel to attack. The Celestial Court seems to have found a way to destroy Infallible Blessed Land, but I do not have it yet. Even if I do, would Fairy Myrtle not guard against this place? The risk of attacking it is too high. After careful consideration, Feng Yuan gave up on the idea of attacking Hairy Foot Mountain. This idea was too risky. He underestimated the enemy's intelligence. It also went against Feng Yuan's cautious nature. After annexing Langya Blessed Land, Feng Yuan's gains were huge. Not mentioning anything else, he had gained a lot of information. The variant human racial inheritances were an example. Langya Blessed Land had too long of a history. It had over 300,000 years of history. How long had it been since Fang Yuan became an immortal? Even if he added the 500 years of his previous life, it was not even 600 years. Langya Lan's spirit knew a lot of historical secrets. Before he was annexed, he would not tell Fang Yuan everything, but now, he told him everything he knew. He did not hide anything. Several days later, southern border, above contact Heart River bank, an emerald green glimmer quietly appeared, followed by green bubbles appearing one after another. The aura of a rank 7 killer move rippled and spread to the surroundings. This aura? The one guarding contact Heart Riverbank was a rank 6 Gu immortal from Qi clan. He was controlling the formation and quickly sensed the killer move's aura. But before he could do anything, the emerald green bubbles collapsed on their own. Every bubble that burst would emit a dense green light that spread like flowing water. A large number of bubbles dissipated, replaced by a large lump of dense jade green light. The flowing light emitted a dazzling light that could not be looked at directly. The strong light disappeared as quickly as it came. When the green light disappeared without a trace, a figure appeared in mid-air. He wore a green robe. His face was like jade. His nose bridge was tall. He was almost beautiful. His skin was white as snow. His eyes were deep like an abyss. His hair was like a waterfall that reached his waist. It was black and shiny. The Qi clan rank 6 Gu immortal guarding this place opened his mouth wide like a toad as he felt a chill in his heart. His body was covered in cold sweat. Fang Yuan? Ever since Fang Yuan escaped from Thunder Ghost True Monarch's pursuit and lost 3 of her rib bones in jewel yellow skies, his reputation surpassed Feng Zhouge. He became the publicly recognized number 1 rank 7. He had battle strength that could match rank 8. After the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost. Even though Fairy Myrtle concealed the news of Qian Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's deaths, she took responsibility. She announced the failure of Celestial Court in invading Langya Blessed Land to the public. The video of Feng Zhouge being chased by Fang Yuan and having half of his immortal Gu stolen was placed in jewel yellow skies by her. Thus, everyone knew. Fang Yuan not only had rank 7 fixed immortal travel Gu again, he even annexed Langya Blessed Land. He might even have a method to steal immortal Gu. After defeating Feng Zhouge, Fang Yuan's reputation was consolidated. He even surpassed him. He became the topic of conversation among Gu immortals. Qi clan's rank 6 Gu immortal saw the great demon Fang Yuan. How could he dare to stay? Faster, 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 faster. He immediately activated the formation and teleported away, escaping without a trace. Fang Yuan was still savoring the immortal killer move from earlier, Jade Flow Pearl. This killer move used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core. It used almost all of Fang Yuan's Space Path Immortal Gu, Mini Refinement Path Immortal Gu, and a large number of supplementary Mortal Gu to create it. Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land and became rank 8. His Dao marks increased greatly. Rank 7 fixed immortal travel Immortal Gu alone could not move him. Only by creating a killer move and increasing its power could he barely teleport out. In the previous life, he had also created a Space Path killer move, using fixed immortal travel as the core to move his rank 8 cultivation level. But Jade Flow Pearl was very different from the previous life's killer move. In the previous life, fixed immortal travel was a Space Path killer move, but in this life, it was a compound killer move of Space Path and Refinement Path. One reason was that in the previous life, fixed immortal travel was created by Fang Yuan after extorting Southern Border's Righteous Path and extorting many specific rank 7 Space Path Immortal Gu. But in this life, Fang Yuan had not even ambushed Xia Cha, not to mention extorting Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan's Space Path Immortal Gu were mostly from Langya Blessed Land's inventory. They were mostly rank 6 and were not systematic. Fang Yuan simply combined it with Refinement Path Immortal Gu and modified it greatly. With the power of Refinement Path, Fang Yuan's Refinement Path Dao marks were no longer a burden for teleportation. This was the benefit of compound killer moves. But compound killer moves were much harder to deduce. Fang Yuan could succeed quickly because he had quasi-supreme Refinement Path attainment level and the Light of Wisdom. Fang Yuan suppressed the thoughts in his mind as he looked down. In an area of several hundred li, there were tall mountains and valleys. Below him was a flat land. It was about 100 square kilometers in size and was shrouded in fog. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger. Dragons flew out with a fierce and grand aura. It was a mortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Fang Yuan had also refined Myriad Self-Immortal Goo. It was very convenient to use Myriad Dragon. The 10,000 dragons charged into the smoke and easily tore apart the protective array below. Like in the previous life, the Qi Clan Goo immortals guarding the formation had already escaped. Fang Yuan smiled. This was within his expectations. It was also one of the reasons why he exposed his identity. His previous life's memories made him understand the cowardice of Qi Clan's Goo immortals. This time, he was just imitating them. The effect was still good. Of course, Fang Yuan had to expose his identity. Chapter 1783. A shallow, deep blue lake was surrounded by lush green mountains. It was as quiet as a gem. The lake was surrounded by pure white and round stones that formed the riverbank. This was Southern Borders Qi Clan's mid-sized resource, Contact Heart Riverbank. Fang Yuan took all the goo worms inside into his immortal aperture. There were over 3,000 Contact Heart Goo, 50,000 Rank 4 Goo, and 1,000,000 Contact Heart Goo below Rank 3. He used Strength Path Immortal Goo pulling water. Like in the previous life, pulling water Immortal Goo was still Rank 6. In just a moment, the river water was like silk, picked up by a formless giant hand. It was sent into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Contact Heart Riverbank had a special environment. It was filled with Wisdom Path Dowmarks. Of course, there were also Earth Path, Water Path, Wood Path, and other Dowmarks as the foundation, but the quantity was far from the Wisdom Path Dowmarks. The river water that Fang Yuan took had a dense amount of Wisdom Path Dowmarks, but most of the Wisdom Path Dowmarks were still in the surrounding soil. Fang Yuan could not do anything about it. He lacked methods to pluck the soil. The soil here was not ordinary soil. He needed at least a Rank 7 peak Earth Path method, because he needed to overcome the Wisdom Path Dowmarks in the soil. And this method needed to be ingenious. It could not destroy the Wisdom Path Dowmarks in the soil. If the Wisdom Path Dowmarks were destroyed, the value of the soil would be very low. It would be like a painting that was messed up. It would be no different from scrawling. Methods were needed to plunder and move natural cultivation resources, but destroying them was relatively easy. This was like how Celestial Court attacked Infallible Blessed Land. Celestial Court had methods to destroy Infallible Blessed Land, but to extract the success Dowmarks, they would need to spend a lot of effort and use Human Path Immortal moves to report the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It was a waste of time and effort. News of Fang Yuan's appearance and plundering Contact Heart Riverbank soon spread to Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu had some hope at first. Is the information true? Very soon, the little bit of luck in his heart was smashed away. Because the Immortal Killer move that was suspected to be made from fixed immortal travel, as well as Fang Yuan's famous Myriad Dragon Killer move, were the best evidence. Why would Fang Yuan suddenly appear at Contact Heart Riverbank? Qi Chuyu's eyes twitched. Does he need large amounts of Contact Heart Goo? Although Fang Yuan only had Rank 7 cultivation, he was not an ordinary Rank 7. He could fight Rank 8. He was a special case. Qi Chuyu thought of the scene in Jewel Yellow Skies. Right now, Fang Yuan has regained Rank 7 fixed Immortal Travel Immortal Goo, and seems to have a method to steal Immortal Goo. If he wholeheartedly wants to make things difficult for our Qi clan, then it would be troublesome. Qi Chuyu sighed internally. He had to admit that Fang Yuan was a big problem. Fixed immortal travel could allow Fang Yuan to move freely, but special methods were needed to restrain it. Fang Yuan had Rank 8 battle strength. Thus, most of Qi Clan's Goo immortals could not fight casually. Qi Chuyu had to fight alone, or use a Rank 7 immortal Goo house. This way, even if Qi Clan was a super force, they could only bring out a limited amount of strength. As for the theft path method, it should not be Fang Yuan's ability. Previously, Fang Yuan did not display this method, and back then, Long-Hair Ancestor and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable worked together to refine Goo. Langya Blessed Land has a Thieving Heaven True inheritance. Fang Yuan used Langya Blessed Land's foundation to resist the invasion of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land. He will need some time to grasp the Thieving Heaven True inheritance. Qi Chuyu estimated. He felt that his luck was not good recently. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared and went to find trouble with Qi Clan. If this was not bad luck, what was? Even though Fang Yuan was a huge headache for Qi Chuyu, he had to fight. Qi clan's benefits, his righteous path identity, and the dignity of a rank 8 Gu immortal, he had to go and defeat Fang Yuan as soon as possible. Qi Chuyu went out personally, manipulating Great Space Temple as he moved to contact Heart Riverbank as quickly as possible. The formation was destroyed. It was in a mess and was in ruins. A vast number of Gu worms were gone. Contact Heart Riverbank no longer had the vitality it had before. The river water was gone. The riverbank was dried up. It was a terrible sight. Even the rocks on the riverbank mountain were gone. They were all taken away by Fang Yuan and looted clean. Qi Chuyu's expression was dark. The other Qi clan Gu immortals were cursing loudly, cursing Fang Yuan and his 18 generations of kin. This demon is too daring. This is our clan's mid-sized resource point. After being plundered, it suffered huge losses. It will take years to recover. Sigh. Cursing Fang Yuan's 18 generations of ancestors is useless. He is an otherworldly demon. His kin in this world were all killed by him. Qi clan's Gu immortals' cursing gradually subsided. The grim situation made them frown deeply. Contact Heart Riverbank was destroyed, but the foundation was still there, because Fang Yuan could not take this land away. But the problem was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still alive. Would he appear again? Attack Qi clan again? Qi clan's Gu immortals could not understand why Fang Yuan suddenly attacked Contact Heart Riverbank. Wait, was the mysterious Gu immortal who attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and destroyed the formation Fang Yuan? Someone asked. It is possible. After all, they are both rank 7 Gu immortals with extraordinary strength. Fang Yuan has high formation path attainment. He has the ability to destroy 2 formations. Furthermore, he annexed Langya Blessed Land. He has refinement path immortal Gu. Didn't that mysterious Gu immortal use a refinement path killer move? But if that mysterious Gu immortal is Fang Yuan, why did he conceal his appearance when attacking Plunder Shadow Earth Trench? Why did you take the initiative to reveal your true face when you attacked our heart-immersing river beach? Many Qi clan Gu immortals scratched their heads. They could not understand. Firstly, there was no evidence to prove that the mysterious Gu immortal and Fang Yuan were the same person. Secondly, Fang Yuan's motive for attacking Contact Heart Riverbank was unknown. Nobody knew what he was up to. First Supreme Elder, what do we do now? Qi clan's Gu immortals could not come up with anything. They could only ask Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu's expression eased a little. He was already cursing internally. He wanted to know what Fang Yuan was up to. They rushed here, but Fang Yuan was already gone. Qi Chuyu was in an awkward situation. He was in a passive position. But on the surface, he had to maintain his dignity as the leader of Qi clan. Don't panic. Investigate the scene first and gather clues. Even if Fang Yuan escapes now, our Qi clan will remember this debt. We will make him pay 1,000 times over one day. Yes, Lord. Qi clan's Gu immortals received the order and left. The huge Great Space Temple floated in the air. It did not conceal its grand aura. It displayed Qi clan's prestige. After a while, the Gu immortals who left came back with expressions of regret. Fang Yuan's actions were too clean. He did not leave behind any valuable clues. Even if there were some clues, could they deduce anything from him? Qi Chuyu did not have much hope, because even the Celestial Court could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Qi clan was proficient in Formation Path. They were weak in Information Path and Wisdom Path. If Qi clan wants to get back at us, we will have to spend a lot of money to hire an Information Path great expert to gather information and clues, and then hire a Wisdom Path great expert to deduce. Next, we will have to set up an ambush to attack Fang Yuan and fight with Fang Yuan. Sigh. Qi Chuyu sighed internally. He felt dejected just thinking about this process. Because the price was too high, the risk was too high, and the gains were not obvious. The Information Path and Wisdom Path great experts that could deal with Fang Yuan could only be rank 8 Gu immortals. Qi clan would have to pay a huge price to hire such a person for help. After finding Fang Yuan, Qi clan would have to fight with Fang Yuan. Whether or not they could take care of Fang Yuan was another matter entirely. Thunder Ghost True Monarch wanted to take care of Fang Yuan. Her 3 rib bones were hanging in jewel yellow skies. The Celestial Court wanted to invade Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan annexed Langya blessed land. Feng Zhouge's immortal goo were stolen by Feng Yuan. Fairy Myrtle took the initiative to admit her defeat and take responsibility. What did Qi Clan have? Yes, Qi Clan was a super force, but how could it compare to the Celestial Court? Even the Celestial Court could not do anything to Feng Yuan. Even if Fairy Myrtle hated Feng Yuan to the bone, what could she do? Even though Feng Yuan is alone, he cultivates many paths, he has no shortcomings. He was cunning and sinister, cruel and ruthless. Even the Wu family's Wu Yong was fooled by him. Earlier, when Southern Border's righteous path joined forces to hunt him down, he escaped. I want to bring Qi Clan to find trouble with him? Hee. Qi Chuyu was furious internally, but he was also helpless and sorrowful. Feng Yuan had grown too quickly. Qi Chuyu felt deep wariness towards him. Even though Feng Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, he is more troublesome than ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals. Ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals only cultivate one path. They do not have deep wisdom path attainment or fixed immortal travel. If Feng Yuan stops now and does not touch my Qi Clan's resources, we can forget about this matter. Qi Chuyu sighed internally. He had already decided to stop. Contact Heart Riverbank was lost, but the foundation was still there. It could still be managed. To put it bluntly, it was just a mid-sized resource area. Qi Clan could afford it. Of course, on the surface, I need to be furious and emotional. I need to speak righteously and make a huge commotion. I cannot tarnish Qi Clan's reputation. But secretly, I need to restrain my clan's Gu Immortals and be on guard. I need to focus on management and cultivation. If during this period, Feng Yuan goes after other forces' resources, that would be the best. A moment later, Qi Chuyu made up his mind. He convinced himself. It was not easy to make a great rank 8 Gu Immortal lead a super force to lower their heads to Feng Yuan. But Qi Chuyu was a wise leader. He knew how to look at the big picture. There was no benefit in fighting a person like Feng Yuan. If Qi Clan mobilized their entire clan and went all out, they could cause huge trouble to Feng Yuan. They could even threaten his life. But Qi Clan would also pay a huge price. It could even be a terrible price. If this happened in Northern Plains, the entire clan might be enraged. They would just attack without thinking. But in Southern Border, if they remained calm, wouldn't they be able to live? Even if we lost a mid-sized resource point, our Qi Clan still has other mid-sized resource points, and even more small, large, and giant resource points. We can still live well. They might lose some face, but they still had some substance. The most important thing would be to rot first. If Qi Clan went all out against Feng Yuan and harmed themselves, both sides would suffer losses. The other super forces would reap the benefits. What would they do? Qi Chuyu let out a breath of air. It was as if he wanted to exhale all the anger and frustration in his heart. His mood gradually calmed down. Report. Feng Yuan has appeared in our clan's Cloud Bamboo mountain range again. He destroyed the formation. 2 of our Gu Immortals were forced to retreat. Now, Feng Yuan is plundering all sorts of resources. Among them is a newly formed Wildwood Path Immortal Gu. Qi Chuyu heard this and his expression froze. His heart that had just calmed down was instantly filled with surging anger. Chapter 1784. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Feng Yuan floated in the air, using his immortal level enslavement path killer moves everywhere. Hit, hit, hit. The desolate beast cloud foxes struggled intensely in the light of the killer moves. They growled with pained expressions. But soon, their resistance weakened. They stopped moving and stayed on the spot, lowering their heads towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. The cloud foxes entered obediently. Not just the cloud foxes, a vast number of other living beings could not escape from Feng Yuan's demonic claws. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was a huge resource point. It was filled with dense cloud path Dalmarks. Desolate beasts and desolate plants were very common. Even ancient desolate beasts could be found here. Feng Yuan quickly searched. With his previous life's memories, he knew the locations of these desolate beasts and desolate plants. Soon, he obtained 7 desolate beast cloud foxes and 11 desolate plants of 3 types: cloud chi root, white hair ginseng, and spear-tip bamboo. There was also a rank 7 immortal material that emitted 7 colored cloud soil. It was huge. I have plenty of time. Fang Yuan calculated the time. In the previous life, he spent a lot of time just searching for these. But because this was his second time, he was very familiar with it. He did it quickly. He saved a lot of time. In the previous life, I only searched roughly. There are many places in this mountain range that I did not touch. Fang Yuan searched the unfamiliar territory. He found another desolate beast cloud fox. He was using an enslavement path killer move to suppress it when Land Spirit of Langya transmitted from his immortal aperture. Reporting to Master, we have already investigated this newly obtained wood path immortal goo. It is a rank 6 wood path immortal goo. It is called mature bamboo. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth, undeniably. Mature bamboo immortal goo was the most valuable treasure in Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was obstructed by Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range's formation. He could not make it in time. The two Qi clan goo immortals guarding this place were very decisive. Before escaping, they destroyed the wild immortal goo that was about to form. But in this life, Fang Yuan paid attention to this point. The moment he attacked, he broke the formation and obtained the wild immortal goo that had yet to take form. The two Qi clan goo immortals were stunned. The formation was broken by Fang Yuan too quickly. In his previous life, this formation had been able to hold off Fang Yuan for a while. However, since Fang Yuan had broken through this formation in his previous life, he understood the principles behind this formation. In this life, he could easily break through it. Fang Yuan obtained it for a while. The wild immortal goo had just formed when he refined it on the spot. Mature bamboo immortal goo was only the size of a thumb. Its body was long and flat, and its chest and back were flat, covering its head. The head is narrow. The eyes were hemispherical. Fang Yuan had once played with it in his hands. Its body and elytra were very soft, and there were 6 abdominal plates on its abdomen. The tip of its tail shone with a dark green radiance. All in all, mature bamboo immortal goo was a firefly that emitted dark green light. Not bad. Not bad. This immortal goo suits me. Fang Yuan showed slight joy on his face. After killing Chan Yi, Fang Yuan obtained his soul and had been soul searching it. Chan Yi was the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He had obtained a Genesis Lotus True Inheritance when he was young, Karma Divine Tree. In the battle in Langya Blessed Land, he obtained another Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Karma Relocation. Thus, Fang Yuan had 2 Genesis Lotus True Inheritances, but the foundation of Karma Relocation was Karma Divine Tree. The core immortal goo of these 2 killer moves, other than Rule Path immortal goo cause and effect, were somewhat attribute goo. Chan Yi died. His phantom aperture dissipated. The goo worms inside were destroyed by him. Fang Yuan wanted to cultivate Genesis Lotus True Inheritances. He needed to prepare his own goo worms. Mortal goo could be dealt with, but immortal goo needed to be prepared. Mature bamboo immortal goo was evidently a wood attribute goo. It could be used to cultivate Genesis Lotus True Inheritances. When Chichuyu controlled Great Space Temple and arrived at Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, Fang Yuan was long gone. Qi Clan's goo immortals looked at Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range in a daze. Many people stared with wide-opened eyes, showing expressions of disbelief. It is completely bare. Is this still Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range? Where is our beautiful and prosperous Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range? An old goo immortal almost coughed out blood. He said with a trembling voice, I had once guarded this place for a period of time, managing the mountain range. I put in a lot of effort. To think that Fang Yuan would get his hands on it. Fang Yuan, you demon, I will never forgive you. Someone thought about it, saying with a heavy tone, the ordinary cloud bamboos we planted here are huge. We need to use an exquisite wood path killer move to quickly harvest them. Fang Yuan clearly came prepared. In the previous life, Fang Yuan lacked wood path methods. He left a vast number of ordinary cloud bamboos on the mountain and only took the desolate plants. But in this life, he had the advantage of rebirth. He naturally made ample preparations. To harvest the cloud bamboos, Fang Yuan designed a wood path immortal move. Even though his wood path attainment level was not high, using the light of wisdom, he could deduce a rank 6 killer move that targeted mortal materials. He annexed Langya Blessed Land and obtained several wood path immortal goo. He could use them here. Langya blessed land had a huge treasury. The white-haired land spirit had ruled the blessed land for hundreds of thousands of years. There were several immortal gu of every mainstream path. They did not form a system. They were all refined by the land spirit, or prepared for researching some refinement path problem. Feng Yuan had once used would sprout immortal gu to create the killer move light fungus illumination. Chi Chu Yu's expression was dark. His hands hidden in his sleeves were clenched into fists. Feng Yuan. He gritted his teeth. His previous illusions were shattered. Feng Yuan was targeting Qi Clan. But Chi Chu Yu could not understand why Feng Yuan was targeting him and Qi Clan. Back then, the whole of Southern Border's righteous path was involved in hunting you down. The one who hated you the most was Wu Yong. Go fight Wu Clan. If you think Wu Clan is too strong, go bully the weak, for example, Chao Clan. Our Qi Clan is not weak. We are in the upper echelons of Southern Border's righteous path. Who did I offend? Why are you targeting me? What do you dislike about me? I will change, all right? Can't you speak nicely? Communication is the most important thing between people. People like you are the most annoying. Sneak attacks, destruction, and looting at the slightest provocation. Most importantly, you are silent. Why are you doing this? You bastard. Not just Chi Chu Yu. All of Qi Clan's Gu immortals felt wronged and wronged. Why is Feng Yuan targeting us? He has clearly made ample preparations. What is he after? We need to understand this first. This is the first thing we need to do to deal with Feng Yuan. Chi Chu Yu thought about it and said. He gave up on his earlier hope. He decided to deal with Feng Yuan with all his strength. If he did not deal with him, Chi Chu Yu would not be able to answer to the clan. Demonic Path Gu immortals often acted alone, but Righteous Path Gu immortals could not maintain an organization based on personal preferences and freedom. Take Chi Chu Yu for example. Even though he had rank 8 cultivation level, he still had bloodline descendants to take care of. Moreover, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was not just a large resource point to Qi Clan. When Qi Clan started, Qi Clan's ancestors lived frugally. They gritted their teeth and built Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range with all their might. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range provided a stable source of income for Qi Clan's development. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was Qi Clan's glorious history. It contained Qi Clan's spirit of hard work. Feng Yuan looted Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. He was trampling on the pride of Qi Clan's Gu immortals. He was trampling on their history. Right at this time, Chi Chu Yu and the rest received an urgent report from Qi Clan's Gu immortals. Report. Feng Yuan appeared on Wind Flame Mountain. He is currently using the killer move Myriad Dragon to attack the mountain protection formation. Report. Feng Yuan appeared outside Ragged Cave. He was obstructed by the formation outside. He disappeared mysteriously. Different from before, Feng Yuan appeared in 2 different locations. Qi Clan's Gu immortals were uncertain. Were there 2 Feng Yuan clones? One is a disguise, the other is the real one? Or Feng Yuan's clone, that is possible? No. According to the information, Feng Yuan first appeared in Ragged Cave. He then used fixed immortal travel to attack Wind Flame Mountain. Chi Chu Yu analyzed calmly. This means that Feng Yuan is still on Wind Flame Mountain? We need to reinforce him. But why did he teleport to Ragged Cave earlier? Isn't that unnecessary? Maybe he found that Ragged Cave's defensive formation is very strong, so he chose Wind Flame Mountain, which is easier to attack. No, these 2 are both large resource points. Their defensive formations are equally strong. There is no clear difference in strength. Chi Chu Yu pondered. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He said calmly, "Let's split up and reinforce them. We can only do that. If Feng Yuan destroys the large resource points, our Qi Clan will suffer a huge loss. But could this be Feng Yuan's scheme? He is trying to lure us into splitting up? Feng Yuan's strength is not the same as before. He is no longer the same as when he was chased by us. Even someone like Feng Jioga lost so miserably. Qi Clan's Gu immortals were hesitant. They were very wary of Feng Yuan. Should we ask for reinforcements? Suddenly, a Gu immortal asked. The whole of Great Space Temple fell into silence. This was what most of the Gu immortals wanted to say. They just did not say it out loud. Amidst the silence, the immortals looked towards Chi Chu Yu. Chi Chu Yu had a cold expression as he shouted, The other party is only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Our clan only lost 2 resource points. This is enough to make us panic and ask for reinforcements? Our Qi clan cannot afford to lose this face. Or did someone die in battle? Qi clan only has the old and weak left? You have not even fought with Feng Yuan, yet you want to ask for reinforcements? Where is your courage? Where is your bravery? Where is your glory as a Qi clan member? The immortals lowered their heads and did not speak. They were scolded by Qi Chuyu. After scolding them, Qi Chuyu ordered, "Do as I say. I will go to Windflame Mountain. You guys control Great Space Temple and reinforce Ragged Cave. Reinforce them quickly, but don't lose your composure. The defensive formation of a large resource point is not so weak. Keep in contact." "Yes, Lord." Nobody objected to Qi Chuyu's order. Chapter 1785. Qi Chuyu rushed to Wind Flame Mountain. He saw that the defensive formation was already mostly destroyed by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was plucking the sunset parasol trees. He was plundering the fire phoenixes and many other birds in the parasol tree forest. He was very skilled. The Gu immortal defending this place did not escape. He used the remnant formation to attack Feng Yuan fiercely. Feng Yuan was able to deal with him easily. He dealt with the remnant formation while plundering without restraint. "Stop!" Qi Chuyu shouted. He was shocked and furious. "First Supreme Elder, you are finally here." The rank 7 Gu immortal defending this place was extremely excited. He had tears in his eyes. Initially, he was quite confident in the defensive formation, but after fighting for a while, Feng Yuan broke it. He was so scared that his heart was pounding. He did not dare to act rashly anymore. Before Qi Chuyu came, he focused on defense. Seeing that Qi Chuyu was here, he immediately launched some powerful attacks. Qi Chuyu charged over, but Feng Yuan stopped attacking. "Feng Yuan, look at what you did. Retribution is here." Qi Chuyu's eyes were spewing fire. Windflame Mountain was a special resource point. Other than raising phoenixes, at certain times of the year, many wild phoenixes would be attracted here to lay eggs. Once Windflame Mountain suffered a huge change, the wild phoenixes might choose to stay elsewhere. Qi clan would suffer huge losses. But Feng Yuan had a smile on his face. Compared to the previous life, Qi Chuyu was even more furious, because Feng Yuan's plundering was very effective. Qi clan's losses in this life were even greater. Qi Chuyu's heart was bleeding. "Senior Qi Chuyu, I have been waiting for you. Watch this move," Feng Yuan said as he activated Yama Battlefield. Qi Chuyu hesitated for a moment. He did not dodge. He allowed Yama Battlefield to envelop him as he shouted, "I want to see your abilities." Yama Battlefield quickly formed into a huge yellowish-brown cloud that enveloped Feng Yuan and Qi Chuyu. Next, Yama Battlefield shrunk rapidly. It was like a huge yellowish-brown cloud earlier, but at the next moment, it shrunk into a dot, imitating the shrinking of an immortal aperture, vanishing without a trace. "Such a soul path battlefield," Qi Chuyu praised. Qi Chuyu had his hands behind his back. His attitude had changed drastically. Even though he was trapped in Yama Battlefield, he was not in a hurry to attack. He was secretly wary. To think that Feng Yuan even had a battlefield killer move, he did not have any information about it before. Compared to the previous life, Feng Yuan's Yama Battlefield was not exposed. In Langya Blessed Land, Tian Battlefield was Yamachin Battlefield that was Yama Battlefield. Huang Huang Domain Yun Battlefield Chu Chun Kingdom was exposed. Chun was Tian Yun Yama Yang Hua Yang Yang Yu Battlefield. After the defense battle of Langya Blessed Land, Fairy Myrtle revealed the profundities of Yama Battlefield and the method to break it in jewel yellow skies. This caused Feng Yuan's Yama Battlefield's value to be greatly reduced and the risk to be multiplied. In this life, even though Feng Yuan had used Yama Battlefield several times, Ming Tu, Sleeping Lady, and Diamond Head Turtle had either died or surrendered. When he dealt with Feng Jioga, he was inside the super formation space. It was not convenient to use Yama Battlefield. When he was dealing with Feng Jiugu, he was in the space of a super formation, so it wasn't convenient for him to use the Yama Battlefield. Now that Feng Yuan used it, it was truly exposed. Feng Yuan could not kill Qi Chuyu. After this battle, Information about Yama battlefield would spread far and wide. Of course, not killing Qi Chuyu was not because Fang Yuan did not have the ability, but because the risk of killing Qi Chuyu was too high and the rewards were too small. Of course, not killing Qi Chuyu was not because Fang Yuan did not have the ability, but because the risk of killing Qi Chuyu was too high and the benefits were too small. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan did not have the ability to kill Qi Chuyu. It was because the risk was too high and the rewards were too small. When two tigers fought, one was bound to be injured. Fang Yuan stood on the other side of the battlefield, assessing Qi Chuyu from afar as he smiled. Lord Qi Chuyu, you are in my immortal battlefield now, but you do not show any signs of attacking. You want to chat with me instead? What are you trying to do? Qi Chuyu snorted coldly. Don't play dumb. Fang Yuan, you are plundering everywhere. You are just trying to attract my attention. Think about it. Since you can easily break the defensive formation, why did you not take the lives of Qi Clan's Gu Immortals? This is not difficult for you, but you have never harmed a single Qi Clan Gu Immortal. Secondly, be it Contact Heart River Bank, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, or Wind Flame Mountain, even though you plundered fiercely, you left their foundations intact and did not destroy them. Great Space Temple and I attacking was also within your expectations. Seeing that we were moving, you purposely attacked Wind Flame Mountain and Ragged Cave, luring us to split up. You just wanted to find a chance to talk to me, but you did not have any other secret methods. Speak. What do you want? Qi Chuyu spoke calmly. Before splitting up, he had already guessed Fang Yuan's thoughts. All of his anger and hatred were just an act. Qi Chuyu's analysis was not wrong. In the previous life, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was still around. Qi Chuyu guarded it for a period of time. Only when Fang Yuan attacked Wind Flame Mountain did he come over alone. In this life, Fang Yuan had already destroyed Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Qi Chuyu and Great Space Temple were together. This made things difficult for Fang Yuan. Great Space Temple was a space path immortal Gu house that countered immortal battlefields. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had fought against it. Even Great Thief Ghost Hand could not do anything to it. If Fang Yuan wanted to talk to Qi Chuyu, it was best to avoid this room and create a chance to lure Qi Chuyu out. This was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had deep wisdom path attainment. With just a thought in his mind, he made some changes and achieved this goal. But Qi Chuyu was wrong about one thing. Fang Yuan left his foundation in every resource point. It was not because he purposely did so, but because he did not have the methods to collect them. Qi Chuyu was mistaken. Of course, Fang Yuan would not point this out. Clap, clap, clap. Fang Yuan clapped lightly. It is so relaxing to talk to smart people. Senior Qi Chuyu, take a look at this. Qi Chuyu's eyes flickered with bright light. He carefully received the information path mortal Gu that Fang Yuan threw out. He looked calm on the surface, but he was very alert internally. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, Qi Chuyu knew that this person was thick-skinned and ruthless. He was cunning and ruthless. He had to be wary of his schemes at all times. He could not relax for even a moment. But soon, Qi Chuyu's expression changed. He frowned. A cold light flickered in his eyes. His face was covered in a layer of green. The information path mortal Gu that Fang Yuan threw over recorded the defensive formations of Qi Clan's important areas, as well as Fang Yuan's conjectures and methods to break them. Among them was Wind Flame Mountain's formation. Fang Yuan was extremely clear about it. According to Fang Yuan's understanding of this formation, he could easily break it and take all of Wind Flame Mountain's resources, but he did not do so. From this, Qi Chuyu saw Fang Yuan's sincerity. It confirmed his earlier conjecture. At the same time, he was shocked at Fang Yuan's formation path attainment. But what truly made him feel a chill was the latter part of the information path mortal Gu. This part detailed all sorts of information about Qi Clan. Qi Chuyu felt a chill in his heart. This was not something that could be found out in a day or two. It had to be accumulated over a long period of time in order to accumulate such rich information. And in this information, Qi Clan's internal problems and Qi Chuyu's lack of an inheritor were the most important points. Qi Chuyu's expression changed at this. Because this information was very deep, it was clearly provided by Southern Border's people secretly helping Fang Yuan. Who was it? Demonic Path Gu Immortals were less suspicious. They were lone wolves and did not have many enemies with Chi Clan. There was no need for them to monitor Chi Clan for a long time and neglect their own cultivation. Other than those righteous path forces with ulterior motives, who else could it be? Chi Chuyu was filled with shock and anger. Yang Clan soon became the #1 suspect in his mind. Chi Chuyu was filled with hatred. If a certain southern border righteous path superforce was secretly helping Fang Yuan, he would be in an even more passive situation. It is likely that there is no traitor in my Chi Clan. It is these unscrupulous righteous path clans that want to use Fang Yuan to deal with my Chi Clan. These fools, these idiots, these traitors, these are the biggest parasites of southern border's righteous path. Chi Chuyu's anger erupted like a volcano. Lava continued to pour out. He had already endured it. If not for Fang Yuan being in front of him, he might have been trembling with anger already. Fang Yuan snickered to himself. He observed Chi Chuyu's expression and mood. He could roughly understand what he was thinking. The information he gave out definitely required a large amount of manpower and resources. It could only be gathered after a long period of searching. This was not because any southern border righteous path clan helped him. It was because he had captured the southern border immortals in his previous life and obtained it from their souls. With this good card, Fang Yuan had to make use of it. Sure enough, as soon as he used this card, the effect was immediate. Chi Chuyu's expression was ashen. His previous composure were completely gone. Right now, Chi Chuyu's hatred towards those so-called southern border righteous path clans far surpasses mine. Of course, since ancient times, almost all organizations hate traitors the most. But the truth is, this is what I obtained in my previous life. And the reason I was able to capture the southern border immortals in my previous life was because Chi Chuyu secretly sent me large amounts of dream realms. So the main culprit is Chi Chuyu himself. Chi Chuyu's expression was very ugly. He exuded a thick aura of tragedy. He was tricked by himself, but he could not detect it. Fang Yuan spoke again. Lord Chi Chuyu has been famous for so long. You have managed Chi Clan for so many years. You must know the meaning of this information. The power that gave me this information not only underestimated me, but also underestimated you. Lord Chi Chuyu heard this and suddenly had a thought. It seems that Fang Yuan is also not willing to be used by others. Unknowingly, he felt that Fang Yuan was much more pleasing to the eye than before. Fang Yuan continued. Now you believe in my sincerity even more? Chi Chuyu immediately thought of Chi Clan's losses and felt great hatred. He squinted at Fang Yuan and sneered, Hee hee, so I should thank you for holding back? Chapter 1786. In Yama battlefield, the two immortals faced each other. Fang Yuan sighed, Our time is limited. I will say it directly. I want to transact with Chi Clan. I wonder if you are interested in my Dream Path research results? Chi Chuyu was slightly taken aback, and then his cold gaze changed. Dream Path? Did I hear wrongly? Chi Chuyu's eyes shined with a bright light. It was no secret that Fang Yuan had Dream Path research results. Fang Yuan had disguised as Wu Hai to interact with dream realms. Fang Yuan had the method to turn dream realms into humans. He had shown it in the dream realm battle. Many super forces were drooling in envy. Fang Yuan had spring-autumn cicada. He had been reborn. And the future belonged to Dream Path. It was not strange that he had some Dream Path profundities. It could be said that Fang Yuan's Dream Path research results led the entire world. He was at the peak of the 5 regions. Dream realms are mysterious and Dream Path is profound. I have only taken a small step forward. If I were to tell Senior Chi that my formation Dao realm came from a dream, I wonder what Senior Chi would think? Fang Yuan smiled. His words were light, but it was like a huge rock had smashed into Chi Chuyu's heart, creating huge waves. Oh, is that true? Chi Chuyu was moved. He could no longer pretend to be calm. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had planned this carefully earlier to suppress Chi Chuyu's arrogance. He had already grasped the rhythm of the conversation. This was completely different from the previous life. Fang Yuan tossed out an information path goo worm. Senior, please take a look at this. Chi Chuyu took a look. His eyes shined with bright light. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the information path mortal goo, afraid that it would fly away. The information path Mortal Goo's contents involved all sorts of dream path profundities. This was an unparalleled temptation. Chi Chuyu was deeply immersed in it. He quickly finished reading the contents. Chi Chuyu licked his lips. In just a short moment, his mouth was dry. He was extremely moved. Chi Chuyu forced himself to calm down. He pretended to ponder. How do you want to transact? What I want is a dream. If you give me the dream realm, I will give you my future dream path research results. Chi Chuyu did not agree immediately. This is difficult. After all, almost all the dream realms in southern border are guarded by the righteous path. Fong Yuan smiled. Senior Chi, I need the dream realm of Etion Mountain. Although the great formation there has been completely changed, it was still laid down by you. I also know that there are many secret passageways there. It would be quite easy for your side to steal some dreams. When Chi Chuyu heard this, his expression changed again. Fong Yuan actually understood his situation so well. It was truly terrifying. The secret path in the formation of Etion Mountain was his, Chi Chuyu's, proud work. He set this up right under the noses of Southern Border's righteous path Gu Immortals, taking advantage of their low formation path attainment level and directly setting up a dark path. I thought I had fooled everyone. I didn't expect Fong Yuan to see through me. Maybe it's not just Fong Yuan. Sigh. I underestimated the heroes of the world. Chi Chuyu was thinking too much. Fong Yuan's information was also obtained in the previous life. The source was Chi Chuyu himself. Fong Yuan used Chi Chuyu to deal with Chi Chuyu. The effect was truly amazing. Otherwise, why would they say, "You are often your own greatest enemy"? Fong Yuan suppressed Chi Chuyu step by step. Chi Chuyu could no longer resist. Every negotiation was a confrontation. Although it wasn't as straightforward as actual combat, it was still a contest of strength and a spar of strategy. Compared to the previous life, Fong Yuan had too many trump cards. He knew himself and his enemy. His strength increased greatly. He knew himself and his enemy. He used a bluff strategy. It was extremely effective. Even someone of Chi Chuyu's level fell for his tricks. The details of the transaction were quickly discussed. The result was extremely beneficial to Fong Yuan. Chi Chuyu agreed to this transaction. It was a humiliation to his status. But he could not do anything. He was completely dominated by Fong Yuan. Firstly, he could not do anything to Fong Yuan. If he really wanted to deal with Fong Yuan, the risk was too high. The benefits were not obvious. Secondly, if he cooperated with Fong Yuan would stop plundering Chi Clan and even trade Dream Path research results. The Dream Path research results were too tempting to Chi Chuyu. Finally, Chi Chuyu was still concerned about the so-called traitor in Southern Border's righteous path. He wanted to find them. Maybe he could start from Fong Yuan. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. A barren mountain range, devoid of vegetation, stood towering on the ground. The ground around it was not flat, but even though it was uneven, it was limited. There were only some small hills. Against the backdrop of these small hills, the barren mountain range seemed even taller and larger. At this moment, at the peak of the barren mountain, a rank 6 Rockman Gu Immortal was looking at the sky. After forming a grotto heaven, the Immortal Aperture's atmosphere is truly different from a blessed land. It is truly magnificent. The size of this sovereign Immortal Aperture is beyond common sense and imagination. It is indeed a miracle refined by spectral soul. Every time Shi Chung observed this place, he would praise it in his heart. This was greatness. This was a miracle. This was the work of the gods. He was in complete admiration of spectral soul. He had no thoughts of resisting Fong Yuan. Behind him, there was a group of Rockman Gu masters discussing in private. After more than 10 days, we have finally built this hill. I am so tired. I have been working from dawn to dusk every day. I heard that the Supreme Expert personally gave us this task to create this mountain. To speed up the progress, we did not hesitate to use Gu worms for a long time. At least 30 Earth Path Gu worms died. Speaking of which, don't you feel that the success rate of Gu refinement here is very high? Sigh. As long as we complete the sex missions, there will be rewards. I hope that the Supreme Gu Immortal's rewards will be more generous. Shut up. How can you talk about that, Lord? The Rockman Gu Immortal could not take it anymore. he turned around and reprimanded them. These Rockman-gu masters quickly lowered their heads, keeping quiet out of fear. Right at this time, a green light flashed, a figure landed and floated in the air. The Rockman-gu masters saw that the newcomer was Fang Yuan's rank 6-time path clone. Everyone's hearts shook. They quickly knelt down and paid their respects. This subordinate greets Lord. Shi Cheng also quickly paid his respects with a respectful attitude. Fang Yuan's clone had an indifferent expression. He nodded at him and asked, "Is the formation set up here ready?" Fang Yuan's task was not only to create a mountain, but also to set up an immortal formation inside the mountain. Shi Cheng quickly reported, "Lord, according to the formation map you gave me, this subordinate has already set up this fire path formation. You only need to activate it now." Fang Yuan had already used his divine sense to enter the mountain and inspect it. He nodded. He was quite satisfied with the result. He was about to dismiss these rockmen when he saw that Shi Cheng had something to say. Even though Shi Cheng only had rank 6 cultivation level, he had once fought with Fang Yuan. His immortal battlefield killer move, Gray Cloudstone Puppet, had left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. He was a talent. After settling down the rockmen, Fang Yuan sent the other Rockman-gu immortals to the Stone Lotus Island to familiarize themselves with future self. Meanwhile, Shi Cheng stayed behind. Like Shui Er and Imo Tansang, he became the leader of the Rockman tribe. "What do you want to say to me?" Fang Yuan's clone paused for a moment before asking. He had some patience towards this talent. Shi Cheng blinked. He had an uneasy expression. He seemed to have made up his mind as he said, "I heard that Lord has been attacking many times recently and obtained great victories. Southern Border's righteous path is in a state of panic. Qi Clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, is helpless against you. You can come and go as you please." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He was an astute person. He immediately understood Shi Cheng's intention. He interrupted. "It seems that your tribe's Gu immortals want me to stop and recuperate. There is no need to take such a risk, right?" "Oh, this subordinate is afraid." Shi Cheng bowed deeply. He said with a fearful expression. This subordinate was just speaking boldly. First Supreme Elder and the rest are cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. They do not know this. Fang Yuan's clone snickered in his mind. The Rockman tribe was not of the same mind as him. These variant humans wanted to live and work in peace. They wanted to develop steadily. They did not want to take risks. They wanted Fang Yuan to hide in some corner for 100 years, or even 1,000 years. They did not want Fang Yuan to take risks, because if he died, the sovereign immortal aperture would be exposed. They would be implicated. But how could that be possible? Fang Yuan chased after eternal life. Only by destroying Fate Gu could he take a step forward. Moreover, if the Celestial Court repaired Fate Gu, they would not let him off. They would find him sooner or later and kill him. Hiding and delaying would only lead to despair. Only during the final Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, when Central Continent was attacked by the 4 regions, when the Celestial Court was at its weakest, would they have the highest chance of success. The variant humans' wishes could not be fulfilled. Not just that, they still had to fight for Fang Yuan in the future. They were already tied to Fang Yuan's chariot. They could not get out of it. Shi Cheng's advice was clearly what many variant human Gu immortals wanted. They made this suggestion through Shi Cheng and did not do it themselves. They were giving themselves a way out. This was a very mature political tactic. Fang Yuan did not reject or agree. He waved his hand. "Bring the elites of the tribe and leave this mountain first." "Yes." Seeing that Shi Cheng was far away, Fang Yuan's clone activated the mountain's formation. Instantly, the formation was like a furnace. Intense heat rose up from within. This heat quickly roasted the interior of the mountain, forming streams of magma. After a while, with a loud sound, the mountain peak exploded. Dust flew into the sky. Large amounts of lava flowed down the mountain. The temperature rose rapidly. The Rockman-gu masters far away gasped in shock. This method of changing heaven and earth, forcefully creating an active volcano, shocked them greatly. Shi Cheng was also moved. His formation path attainment was very low. Only now did he understand the effect of his formation. But what shocked him even more was the following scene. In the sky above him, a huge hand suddenly flew down. The hand was like a mountain. It opened its fingers and rained down countless trees on the active volcano. These trees were wrapped in flowing light. They slowly floated down and planted into the lava. The terrifying lava was quickly absorbed by the tree roots. The tree absorbed sufficient nutrients. Soon, its branches swayed and its leaves shined brightly, emitting a beautiful radiance like the sunset. This was the sunset parasol tree. Next, another huge hand flew over. This time, it directly threw fire phoenixes into the volcano. The fire phoenixes landed in the volcano. They were immediately imprisoned and suppressed by the formation in the volcano. Fang Yuan's clone looked after them personally. There were no mistakes. Shi Cheng's mouth was wide open as he looked at this scene with a dazed expression. Although he knew that Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8, it was not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. Among these fire phoenixes, there were many ancient desolate beasts. Only one was needed to torture Shi Cheng to death. There was no doubt about it. Fang Yuan's clone placed a large number of fire pathbirds. There were many types of them. From today onwards, this mountain is Fire Bird Mountain. It is also the resource point of your Rockman tribe. Fang Yuan's clone flew to Shi Cheng. This was a huge surprise. Shi Cheng quickly knelt down in gratitude. He was extremely excited. Fang Yuan's clone smiled. Get up. I said that I will support you greatly. This mid-sized resource point is my reward to you. It has been hard on you to build this mountain. This subordinate is ashamed. Shi Cheng was moved to tears. Compared to this Firebird Mountain, what was the little bit of effort they put in? This Firebird Mountain's formation was provided by Fang Yuan. The goo worms, the formation diagram, and all the resources were Fang Yuan's. It was almost like Fang Yuan was giving it to them for free. Fang Yuan's clone continued, I will continue giving you missions in the future. Firebird Mountain will not be the last one. Shi Cheng was stunned. He sensed the deep meaning behind Fang Yuan's words. Where did these fire phoenixes and sunset parasol trees come from? Fang Yuan plundered them. Fang Yuan said Firebird Mountain would not be the last one. That meant he would continue to plunder and take risks in the future. The variant human goo immortals suggested Fang Yuan in a tactful manner. Fang Yuan also rejected them in a tactful manner. But if one thought about it carefully, they would find Fang Yuan's domineering and deterrent intent. But Shi Cheng did not dare to retort. He accepted it with a trace of joy in his heart. With this Firebird Mountain, it is the foundation of my Rockman tribe's rise. Is Lord Fang Yuan someone who is easily persuaded and swayed? I don't care about this. Lord Fang Yuan arranged for me to lead the tribe. These resources are also my cultivation resources. As long as I do not go overboard, I can cultivate rapidly and raise my cultivation level. Shi Cheng's gaze was heated. Any goo immortal, under the pressure of calamities and tribulations, would cherish any opportunity to raise their strength. They would desire it very much. Under Fang Yuan's political maneuvering, Shi Cheng had already separated from the other Rockman goo immortals. Rockmen were quite suitable to manage Firebird Mountain. The area around the volcano was warm and dry. It was the best resting place for Rockmen. Of course, the most suitable ones to manage the volcano were the Eggmen. But for now, Fang Yuan did not intend to bring in the Eggmen. It was enough to develop these variant human tribes. Shi Cheng's words made Fang Yuan sigh with emotion. Different from the previous life, I have taken in many variant humans in this life. I need to nurture and strengthen them. I need to spend some effort to take care of them and some resources to nurture them. Fang Yuan could use enslavement path methods to make these variant humans docile. But this way, Fang Yuan would lose his original intention of nurturing them. I want to comprehend human path. Human path is different from enslavement path. Everyone has their own thoughts and desires. To maintain an organization, I need to consider the thoughts and emotions of the members. There are no people who are completely the same. No matter how similar people are, they all have their own differences. Fang Yuan had a thought. A flash of inspiration pierced through the night sky, illuminating his mind. This was the inspiration of human path. Suddenly, Fang Yuan understood something. He had a complex expression. Human path. So that's it. I already have a human path killer move. At this moment, his human path attainment level rose to master. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.